of the Beaufort County Board of Education, May 3rd, in order. This meeting will be live streamed by the county channel. Requests for public comment participation will be accepted between 5 and 5:30 p.m. by sending an email with your name, phone number, and topic to robin.cushenberry@beaufort.k12.sc.us. We remind you that Robin with a Y. You will receive a phone call during public comments where you will be able to speak and address the board for a maximum of 3 minutes on issues within the board's domain. The forum.
We can't hear. Mike's not on. We can't hear.
Right.
None of them.
It's just for till we get into executive session.
Oh,
Okay. The forum will be limited to 30 minutes. If you are in person, you may address the board for a max. Each speaker must fill out a public comment card. Please see the board clerk accepted between 7 and 7:30 p.m. in the same manner take place prior to adjournment, but no later than 9 p.m. The second forum will be limited to 15 minutes. At this time, I need a motion to go into executive session. Okay, Dr. Watts?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Robine. I move that the Board of Education go into executive session for the following reasons. Receipt of legal advice related to 5 pending claims and 1 potential claim covered by the attorney-client privilege pursuant to South Carolina Code Unit Section 3470A2. Discussion of proposed selection for food service management housing services contract RFP 22-1017 pursuant to South Carolina Code Unit Section 3470A2. And employment matter regarding personal ratification report pursuant to South Carolina Code Unit Section 3470A1. Adult Ed homeschool report pursuant to South Carolina Code Unit Section 3440A4. And discussion of negotiations incident to proposed safety, security, and technology infrastructure at Welcome High School, amendment number 15 to MV-Con construction contract pursuant to South Carolina Code Unit Section 3470A2.
Is there a second?
I second.
Ms. Middleton seconds. Any discussion?
Williams hands up.
Mr. Smith?
Yes, ma'am, Madam Chair. Can you tell us who will be advising us of any legal matters in the executive session?
Yes, I'll ask Ms. Cartledge to answer that question.
Mr. G. Matthews will be advising on the first matter, and I will be advising on subsequent matters.
Did you hear that, Mr. Smith?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Any further questions? Okay. There is a motion on the floor to move into executive session. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Wisniewski, aye.
Strubinger, aye.
Mr. Smith?
I said aye.
Okay, sorry, I didn't hear you. So that's you. We will move into executive session. meeting of the County Board of Education to order. Do we have any action as necessary or appropriate regarding matters discussed in executive session?
Yes, Madam Vice Chair. I move that the Beaufort County Board of Education direct the administration to issue an intent to award and enter into negotiations to finalize a school food services contract with the nutrition group. Upon successful negotiation of the contract, the Beaufort County Board of Education authorizes the superintendent to execute the contract and forward the contract to the South Carolina Department of Education for final approval.
Dr. Glatz,
Thank you, Vice Chair Robine. Yes, I second the motion.
is there any discussion? Seeing none? Did you?
No,
Oh,
I'm gonna
okay.
vote in favor.
Okay, all those in favor, is the motion posted?
Yep.
All those in favor of the motion that as it appears, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Rachel and David?
Aye.
Aye.
Madam Chair, I abstain.
Okay, so it is 10-0-1.
Madam Vice Chair, the second motion, I move that we approve the superintendent's recommendations for employment listed on the April 1st to April 30th, 2022 Personnel Ratification Report.
Do I have a second? Dr. Glatz,
I'll second the motion.
any discussion? Seeing none? All those in favor of approving the superintendent's
Personnel ratification.
personnel ratification report, please signify by saying aye.
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 Right. Any opposed? I think it was a unanimous vote. Okay, that's approved unanimously.
Madam Vice Chair, I move we accept the superintendent's recommendation for the monthly adult education homeschool report for April 2022.
Mr. Smith? Okay. Okay. Mel Campbell, second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of this motion to accept the superintendent's recommendation for the monthly adult home school report, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously.
The last motion, Madam Vice Chair, I move that the Board of Education approve amendment number 15 with MB Construction for safety, security, and technology infrastructure work at Bluffton High School based on the guaranteed maximum price GMP of $2,782,279.
Ms. Boatright,
Second.
any discussion? Mr. Smith?
My question is for clarification that this item that is coming up tonight, this is this under this is a referendum that this was voted on upon the referendums upon the voters, is that correct?
Correct.
So with this being a referendum item and basically just it is something that we've given to other schools, I will be in support of that.
Any other comments? Okay. At this time, I'd like to take a vote on this motion, moving that the Board of Education approve amendment number 15 with MB Construction for safety, security, and technology infrastructure work at Bluffton High School, the guaranteed maximum price of $2,782,279. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Madam Vice Chair, I'm
Okay.
abstaining.
Okay.
So the motion passes 10-0-1. Rachel Wisniewski abstains.
Madam Vice Chair, that concludes all of the motions coming out of executive session.
Great. Okay, so at this time, I need a motion to approve the agenda. Dr. Glatz?
Thank you, Vice Chair Robine. I move that the Board of Education approve tonight's agenda.
Ms. Fisher Fidrich seconds it. Any discussion? Seeing none, the motion on the floor is to approve. Public stands one nation under God, indivisible,
liberty, justice for all.
Order. Colors. Ready. Hoot. Mark time. Hutch. Forward. Hutch.
Please remain standing for a moment of silence. Please be seated. The media has been notified. At this time, we have a student performance. Dr. Rodriguez, did you want to introduce them?
Thank you. Today we have from Robert Smalls International Academy, 3rd and 4th graders singing I Feel the Power under the direction of music teacher Marcy McMillan.
Today we are singing I Feel the Power by John Jacobson and John Higgins. This song contains 2 of Beethoven's melody, Ode to Joy in his 5th Symphony. We learned a lot about the great composer in music class. Beethoven was born in the classical period December 17th, 1770 in Bonn, Germany. He was a composer, musician, pianist, and organist, and wrote many great compositions. Later in life, Beethoven began going deaf, but continued to compose great music. He died at the age of 56 during the Romantic period on March 26, 1827 in Vienna, Austria.
I feel the power, the awesome power. Oh, sing with me and you will see. The power of music sets you free. To sing a song and sing along. Together we'll be strong.
That was excellent. Thank you.
This
Now,
eve-
moving on to points of celebration.
This evening, under points of celebration, first we'd like to welcome and share with you information about the Parkers fueling the community donation. Each year, we receive a significant donation from Parker's convenience stores as part of the company's Fueling the Community initiative. The promotion gives 1 cent of every gallon of gas sold on the first Wednesday of each month to local schools. A portion of the donation comes to the district office to support the school district's annual Support Person of the Year recognition program, which honors school nurses, social workers, bookkeepers, office managers, teacher assistants, school secretaries, and technology and data specialists. Money also is distributed to specific schools designated by Parker's customers when they purchase their gasoline. Tonight, we'd like to recognize Parker's for their ongoing support of our staff and students. And now I'd like to introduce Parker's corporate recruiter, Ms. Olivia Parker.
Big check.
But I just had a couple of words. So I am the corporate recruiter here at Parker's, and I'm also the community outreach manager. So my job is to kind of foster relationships in the communities that our employees, our customers live and are a part of. So my part here, this job's just started for me. I actually started at the beginning of April. So it's been really exciting to go to the different markets. So far, this is Jillian. She's part of my team, but we've been traveling just all throughout Georgia and South Carolina, kind of giving away big check donations for the last, I guess, couple of weeks. We've actually, we've given away, I think just about our first 4 checks, we gave away $42,000. I think this will bring us to 275 to local schools in the areas of Georgia and South Carolina. So just to name a couple other districts, we gave to Colleton, Berkeley, Dorchester, Charleston County, Hampton, Chatham, and we have a couple more. So we're so excited. You definitely touched on our program. The start of next year, we really want to get more faculty, parents, people involved in the program, and we're really going to blast it out. Because of COVID, we kind of paused our Fueling the Community initiative. And now we're super excited to get back up there. I also did want to tell you, we're starting a new campaign next Monday, May 9th. It's our Roundup campaign. So at all of our stores, you'll be able to round up to the next dollar. And in South Carolina, all of your proceeds will be going to the Low Country Food Bank. So we're super excited to partner with them for this first quarter. Every quarter, we'll have a different donation group based in Georgia and South Carolina. So we're very excited about that. But thank you guys for letting us come. Do anybody want to be in a picture? All of you guys? Anybody from the crowd? Just a little one? Us. All right. Oh, yeah. Come on, Kathy. Nice to meet you. Okay, I'm gonna have you guys step forward a little bit and then that way some. Perfect, just like that. Great. Okay, and then turn a little higher on this side. Okay, eyes here first. All right, 1, 2, 3, click. Maybe 2 more. 1, 2, 3, click. And last one. 1, 2, 3. Good. And then do it again. Perfect. And I can let you guys keep this if you want. I gave the physical check to Ms. Tanya. But thank you guys for letting us be here today. Enjoy your meeting.
Thank you
Nice
very
to
much.
meet you.
Next item on points of celebration is a February Student of the Month for Northern Beaufort County. Our character education program was formed to support parents efforts to develop good character in their children. Tonight, we're celebrating the Character Ed Student of the Month, exhibiting the character traits of honesty and integrity. Honesty is defined as telling the truth, admitting wrongdoing, being trustworthy, and acting with integrity. Integrity is defined as a firm adherence to a code of especially moral and or artistic values, being honest, trustworthy, and incorruptible. We're happy to announce that our Character Education Student of the Month for February is Lila Pigeon, a third grade student from Coosa Elementary. And here to introduce her student is Coosa Elementary Principal, Miss Melissa Pender.
Hello, everyone. I'm the proud principal at Coosa Elementary School, and with me I have Jennifer Lyles, one of our third grade teachers that nominated Lila Pigeon. If her family would like to come on up, they're here with us tonight also. This is one of the greatest honors in my personal opinion. She not only excels academically and remains on the honor roll, but character is what forges us forward in life, in my personal opinion. She was nominated for honesty and integrity. She does the right thing when no one is looking. She constantly helps her peers, and she strives to be the best version of herself. So Lila, we love you. We appreciate you, and keep being the best version of yourself. Thank you. Congratulations.
Now, for the Character Education March Student of the Month for Northern Beaufort County. Self-control is a character trait for the month of March. Self-control is defined as the ability to have control over your feelings or actions, in particular one's emotions and desires, or the expression of them in one's behavior, especially in difficult situations. We're happy to announce that our Character Education Student of the Month for March is Veronica Cruz Perez, an 8th grade student at Beaufort Middle School. And here to introduce her student is Beaufort Middle Principal Elville DeGram. Is mom here? Come on up.
Madam Chair, board members, Superintendent Rodriguez, I am so honored to introduce Veronica Cruz Perez. As stated, she's an 8th grade student at our school. Veronica plays the flute in our Beaufort Middle School band, and she just recently performed in our Shrek Junior musical. Her teachers state that she's very respectful, dedicated, and hardworking, and she strives to have good grades. Veronica is the type of student who, when she sees a fellow classmate that's struggling, she will actually provide them academic assistance. Veronica plans to attend Beaufort High next school year, and her future goal is to join the military. So her parents are here, her family is here, and they're proud of her. And we are so honored that Veronica is the Student of the Month for Character Ed for Self-Control. So Veronica, we are very proud of you and congratulations. Okay. And she wanted me to clarify that she would love to join the Army band, so I had to point that out. So she wants to join the Army band. Thank you for clarifying that. Thank you.
Okay, the next item, we've got quite a bit tonight for you, so it's always good to celebrate good news. The next item is a regional science fair middle school competition. Several Beaufort County High School students competed for honors at the 2022 Sea Island Regional Science Fair in March. And tonight we recognize one of our first place award winners from the middle school competition. Would Ladies Island Middle School Principal Siobhan Brown please come forward and tell us about her science fair winner?
Good evening, members of the board. I am here as the principal at Ladies Island Middle School. Very proud to talk about the exciting news of Hallie Tran, as well as showcase a video we had made to highlight her successes. Ladies Island Middle School student Hallie Tran was awarded an amazing third win as Grand Award winner at the Middle School Sea Island Regional Science Fair that was held at May River High School on March 30th. For the third year in a row, Hallie Tran beat competitors from neighboring public and parochial schools throughout Beaufort County to win first place in her category and be recognized overall Grand Award winner. Hallie's winning projects include, in 6th grade, Can Plants Learn? Habituation of the Mimosa Paducah plant, and that was in the category of botany. In 7th grade, Is Mycelium the Material of the Future? In the category of physical science. And her most recent winning project, Eco-Friendly Thermal Insulators, Mathematics, Engineering, and Computers. In this project, she explored the potential for using sustainable natural materials as alternative insulators to commercial chemical-based products. While Hallie's most recent wins are in the field of physical science, her scientific and future career interests lie in the health science and medical fields. Ladies Island Middle School congratulates Hallie on her stellar success, and we look forward to what she will accomplish in her future endeavors. She's not able to be here tonight. She is in the midst of rehearsals for her dance recital that's upcoming, but she and her parents are extremely honored to be recognized this evening. Thank you.
Figuring out the winning formula for a three-peat. This Ladies Island Middle School student has won the Sea Island Regional Science Fair Middle School competition for the third year in a row.
I worked really hard for it, so I'm glad I kept my streak all 3 years. I think that's pretty cool.
Hallie presented her project to a group of judges last week at the competition held at May River High School.
My project, it was called Eco-Friendly Thermal Insulators. So basically, I tested different types of insulation, common chemical-based types versus eco-friendly ones, and it actually showed the eco-friendly ones that I tested, mycelium and corkboard, performed better than the standard ones.
Hallie used last year's winning project to inspire her work this year.
Last year, I actually worked with mycelium too, but I tested different properties. So I realized that it was such a versatile material. I wondered what other properties it had. So I was researching and realized it was a good thermal insulator. So that's kind of how it came around.
The 8th grade science whiz loves conducting her own experiments.
I've just always been interested in mainly animals, and I love plants. Like, I love to garden. And so I'm not particularly interested in like insulation or engineering, but I love to like get hands-on and like just figure out how things work. And so I think it's really interesting.
Hallie now plans to submit her winning project virtually into the National Broadcom Masters competition at Ladies Island Middle School, Ron Lopes, Beaufort County School District.
There'll be a test at the end of the meeting. Next item is Lighthouse School Designation, St. Helena Island Elementary School. A Beaufort County elementary school earned international recognition for the quality of their student leadership programs based on the best-selling book, The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. Last month, St. Helena Island Elementary School was granted Lighthouse School status. They joined CUSA, Joseph S. Shanklin, and Michael C. Riley Elementary Schools among 600 schools in the world with that designation. Here to tell us more about their Leader in Me program are St. Helena Island Elementary Principal, Ms. Tara Mack, and St. Helena's Lighthouse Coordinator, Ms. Whitney Harris.
Good evening, everyone. I am honored to be here tonight as one of the principal of one of the newest Leader in Me Lighthouse schools in Beaufort County. Throughout our 5-year journey as a Leader in Me school, we have witnessed our staff, our students, and families develop leadership and life skills that are needed to navigate this world through our study of the 8 habits. Our students have become more independent. They take initiative, they plan ahead, they set and track their own goals, they communicate effectively, and they're learning how to contribute to the greater society through their service learning projects. If you come into our building, you would be able to see leadership in the physical environment, hear leadership through our common language of the habits and paradigms, as well as feel leadership through our culture of caring, relationships, and affirmations. Thank you for your recognition. If you were not able to join us for our Leader in Me Lighthouse reveal, we invite you to take a look at the wonderful video that was created by Ron Lotz. But before that, I would like to recognize Ms. Harris, who is our Lighthouse facilitator. She's definitely the brains behind this operation, and also my other staff members that are here tonight. Dr. Bing, my assistant principal. I think I see Ms. Bennett. Thank you for joining us, Ms. Bennett, and anybody else online that is joining. Anything you want to add? All right.
Parading through the halls, St. Helena Elementary School held a surprise celebration for students after finding out the Leader in Me school has been named a Lighthouse school.
It means a lot to us. It means that we are definitely implementing all of the practices and habits that the Leader in Me focuses on. It means that we are definitely doing a great job with leadership, culture, and academics here at St. Helena Elementary School.
The school made the announcement during a special assembly with classrooms joining in on Zoom.
We are a Lighthouse school.
The Battery Creek High School Band was at the celebration, as well as invited community members, district representatives, and school board members. St. Helena's cheerleaders also performed, celebrating this amazing school-wide accomplishment.
5, 6, 7, 8. The Leader in Me must be straight.
One of the paradigms is that everyone is a leader and everyone has genius. And so we like to see that our students are shining, whether it's in leadership, whether it's in academics or other areas. And so it makes us proud that the principles and habits that we see shining through our students.
Leader in Me teaches students leadership skills using Stephen Covey's best-selling book, The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People.
My favorite habit is be proactive and synergize because I like to work with others and I like to help others while I'm in charge of myself at the same time.
My favorite habit is synergize and put first things first because I like to do my work first and then play, and I like to work with others.
4 other Leader in Me schools in the district have previously earned the Lighthouse status. They are Coosa, Joseph S. Shanklin, and Michael C. Riley Elementary Schools and Battery Creek High School. At St. Helena Elementary School, Ron Lopes, Beaufort County School District.
The last item this evening is under Battery Creek High School Athletic Director, Ms. Sarah Hayes. When we celebrate athletic achievement, we usually celebrate our student athletes. But tonight, we're celebrating one of our high school athletic directors who was recently named both the 3A Classification Athletic Director of the Year and the Region 8 3A Athletic Director of the Year by the South Carolina Athletic Administrators Association. And here to introduce her athletic director is Battery Creek High School Principal, Ms. Denise Lassard.
Thank you, everyone. It's my pleasure to be here this evening. I got the opportunity to go to my first South Carolina Athletic Administrators Conference this spring. And so watching Coach Hayes in action was something truly wonderful. She's a Battery Creek alumna. She was valedictorian of her graduating class, and she just has a high standard of excellence in everything that she does. We often argue over who works harder, and I think she definitely beats me some days because she just puts in hours upon hours in support of our student athletes in our school. And so getting to see her in action at that conference was really amazing. She has such a voice at the state level. She has earned deep respect by her colleagues at the state level. She ran several parts, if not probably all, behind the scenes of the conference, as well as doing a very powerful presentation on the 50th anniversary of Title IX, which was very exciting to see her a part of. So for me as her principal, it was just wonderful to see. I see the day-to-day work she does at Battery Creek, but to see how she's advocating for student athletes at the state level was really amazing to see. She has cultivated a shared vision among our staff. She expects her coaches to hold our student athletes to the highest standard, and we're continuing to raise our standards so that we can achieve excellence in the classrooms and then transfer that onto the playing fields. She's not here tonight because all of our spring sports teams, with the exception of one, have made it to the playoffs. So she is currently at our girls soccer, softball. Softball. I can't even keep track. There's all games this week. She was just texting me, so I don't know what's going on. But I think softball's tomorrow, baseball's tonight, soccer's tonight, and then track was last night, and golf. It was a lot this week with our spring playoffs starting. So very, very grateful. She, as a alumni of the school, I really use her a lot as a sounding board for our vision. She's been a huge help with the referendum project, and I'm extremely grateful to work alongside her. So thank you all for recognizing her.
That concludes our points of celebration this evening.
Good evening. I'm sorry I couldn't be there for this great recognition. I'm actually on the road to a girls' soccer game. But receiving the recognition as the Region 8-3A and Classification 3A Athletic Director of the Year Award has definitely been a great recognition of all the hard work that we put in here. It shows the progress that we've made in athletics at Battery Creek High School. AD means all day after dark. So there's a lot of hours put in. There's a lot of investment that we put in to make sure that our student athletes are served the best way that they can be. We definitely have a long ways to go, but receiving this award shows that we are definitely on the right path. Everybody have a good evening. Thank you.
Okay, that brings us to the public comment section. I do want to congratulate all of our students and staff who received recognition tonight. We are very grateful for all that you do and celebrate our students as well. Thank you so much. So public comments tonight. Before we begin, I just would like to briefly review the rules regarding public comment. Speakers are asked to confine their comments to issues within the domain of the board. Refrain from racial comments, obscenities, vulgarities, and references to specific individuals by name, nor commit other breaches of respect. Not exceed 3 minutes. There will be a visible and audible timing device. The visual device will be used. You may not yield your time to someone else. And this card needed to be completed with the topic that you wanted to address. So let's get started. Our first speaker tonight will be Linda Moyd Hills.
Good evening. This is just a reputation letter from April 19th, 2022. The board failed in their duties by allowing individuals to amend the history of the New Beaufort High School of 1971 without proper authority. If it were so, we would not be here discussing the fight to reverse these changes. Someone on the board knew what took place. It seemed sneaky, disrespectful in the way it was done during COVID-19 pandemic. The world, the country were all in a time low. People were losing their jobs, lives, loved ones, and friends. But someone decided that the best time was to make changes was when no one was looking. I am requesting a detailed written response to the following question by my email, linda.m.moydhills@comcast.net. Who requested the changes to Beaufort High School color and mascot? When was it requested, and to whom did they send this request to? What was the reason, justification for the changes? Was this an individual, group, committee, the requests, the changes? Who are they? They did know the history of Beaufort High as it relates to integration and the use of the colors and the mascot. We're in the Alumni Association presented from Robert Smalls, Beaufort High, or St. Helena, contacted. And I'm going back to this, directed to your chairman, Dr. Scrivener. We are beating a dead horse in reference to a recent published article. It read, David Scrivener, chairman for the school board, said in a meeting that the board could not respond to the public comment per school board policy. When contacted Wednesday, Scrivener said the logo cannot be changed without prior board approval. So the board has to dig into how this got to this point. The issue is one that will likely be discussed at the meeting, and there has been various meetings since then. So tell me, as board members, what do you plan to do? And a question to be asked, how many of you all are really natives of Beaufort, born, bred, and live here, and know exactly what I'm talking about? Because this is my home. So I ask that you all consider this, because it seems like you all not thinking of nothing we are bringing to this table. I will continue to come until you respond to what I ask you. Thank you for the time given.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Josh Scalate. And please make sure your comments are related to the domain of the board.
Okay, so my comment is an introduction for, you know what, I'll just get into it. And I guess if I step over that line, I'm sorry. My name is Josh Scaletti. I was born here in Beaufort. I've lived most of my life here in District 4, and I currently work as a lieutenant with the Ladies Island St. Helena Fire District. I have for the last 9 years. That job has taught me a lot about the importance of leadership, and some of those attributes we've discussed tonight when we awarded the children for integrity and self-control. And I think that's very important. So I applaud everybody for bringing those kids up and showing the importance of leadership and the attributes that they have. Two other attributes that are important from what I've learned to leadership is trust and consistency and confidence. And you have to have those attributes in order for your constituents to respect you as a successful leader. I have lost faith and trust and the current county council. And so I decided to run this year to represent District 4 on county council. So I wanted to introduce myself, and I would appreciate the support of anybody that lives in District 4. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Geraldine Doe.
Good afternoon. Has the clock started?
Yes, it's
as
soon as you start talking.
Oh, okay. Okay. The class of 1971, the alumni of Robert Smalls, St. Helena High School, and the community would like to know, have the policy committee met to discuss the change of the mascot and the colors of the uniform, etc., at Beaufort High School? If they did, What did they decide? And how did they come to that conclusion? There were some questions about getting the present students involved. I believe that would be unwise because they won't know the history of the school and how the three schools came together as one. And of course, that would be a precedent for the next class that comes along. They would be able to change the mascot and colors. Please tell us how the board would address that. And the next class that comes along, what will you tell them how the new mascot was selected and the new school colors? The eagle mascot and the green and white colors at Beaufort High is historical and is our legacy. You can't erase history. The children need to know what transpired during the first year of mandatory integration and the significance of the eagle. Don't just show them a head of an eagle. Children, students like to ask questions: why, when, what, and what will you tell them? Remember, everything that is done, there is a reason and a purpose. Remember, so I am asking the board members for the reasoning and the purpose of the mascot and the color changes. We need answers. Last, board members, superintendent, and all that need to correct this problem. You have awakened a sleeping giant. Thank you.
Thank you. Miss Estee Williams? Estelle, I think. Esty, sorry.
No problem. It's an unusual name. My name is Esty Williams. I attended Beaufort County Schools in the 80s and 90s, graduating also like Sarah Hayes as valedictorian, but from Beaufort High School in 1999. I began my teaching career elsewhere, but eventually found my way back to Beaufort High to teach math from 2010 to 2015. I then served as an educational technology coach for the district through last school year. Currently in my 17th year in education, I work as an educational technology integration specialist, which is a coordinator position. All this to say, I have been taught by teachers, been a teacher, worked alongside teachers, and supported teachers in Beaufort County for many, many years now. Without teachers, there would not be public education. And long story short, teachers are not paid enough. Here, there, and everywhere, but especially here, where cost of living is higher than anywhere else in our state, where rent has gone up 31% since 2019, and where house prices are hundreds of thousands of dollars more than they were in just 2020, when I myself was fortunate enough to purchase my first home in Beaufort's Mossy Oaks neighborhood. Personal connection to the district and plain common sense are why I'm here to express support for any plan from the school district that will increase teacher salaries. The more, the better. Sustainability is also a key, as I know everyone worries each year whether or not the cost of living bonus will be passed. Knowing for sure that money and more will be there for teachers, will be a relief for teachers. I urge the board to support raising teacher salaries as soon as and as much as possible. I also have some ideas for retention, like improving the payout for unused sick days, providing free daycare options to teachers, and improving the salary structure for district jobs, such as so that a teacher's professional path can be long and ascending. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you. Stephen Green? So you're deferring until the second comment period. Okay. We now have some phone.
Hello, this is Tanya.
This is Rob. I'm going to have you on public comments. You would state your first and last name, and you have 3 minutes. Okay? Go ahead.
Hi, this is Tanya Hagedorn. Tonight, I'd actually like to comment on the MUSC mobile clinics that you guys have scheduled for the middle school. And I just want to say that I believe this is a very slippery slope that we're going down here. You guys are an education board, not a health board. And I'm not quite sure why all of a sudden we are bringing in a hospital system into our school system. First of all, this is laying the groundwork for medical treatments to be done within a school system, and I'm not really sure where it ends. For instance, I have a squirmy 8-year-old who needs to move his body for his brain to work. He does not have a medical condition. He is truly a kinetic learner. So far, we've been pretty lucky with teachers who understand that, and they are happy to accommodate him with his need to move. And we've been very happy so far. However, once there's a medical facility within a school system, which I believe this is laying the groundwork for, I feel teachers will have less patience with him and just find it easier to send him down to the quote unquote school doctor to get his Adderall or Ritalin or whatever they feel like tranquilizing squirmy children with so that they sit still during class. And what about a day when a teacher decides that a student seems sad today, so let's send him down to the psychologist for some antidepressants or some anxiety medication. And it doesn't end there. This may seem far-fetched, but let's face it, the world has gone mad. And what's to say that one day when my second grader decides he likes the color pink, that the teacher decides he needs to go down, send him down to the school psychologist just to make sure that he's okay with still being a little boy. That does sound like a far stretch to you, I'm sure, but have you seen the world today? Have you seen the insanity out there? Do we really need to invite that into our school system? No, I believe we should not do that. I feel like everybody here should stay in their own lane. You guys should focus on education and leave health decision and health treatments to parents and doctors. Doctors of parents' choice, of course, not a quote unquote school doctor that gets to come to the campus via a mobile clinic. Again, I just want to reiterate, I believe this is a very slippery slope that could lead to some very nefarious things. And as a parent, I'm very much opposed to it. I'm sure that your argument against me is going to be that some kids do not have access to certain vaccines or what have you, and this allows for easy access. However, there are health departments, and that's what they're for. And there are health departments all over the country, or all over the state, and all over this area. We do not need to bring the health department to the schools. This distrust that you are giving parents in implementing a medical facility inside a school is far more detrimental to a parent having to find a way to get their child to one of the many free health departments across the state. I spoke on trust last week about how you guys are making parents lose trust in you. I didn't think that I was going to have to turn around 2 weeks later and point it out yet again, how we are losing trust in your ability to perform your job that you were elected to do. You were elected to be an education board. So again, please just stay in your lane so that parents can continue to trust the education system. If not, maybe it's time you guys should resign so that we can get some people in there that we can trust that will stick to education and education only. You are trying to be more than educators to these children. You are trying to be their parents, and it needs to stop.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is that Riley? Yes. Oh, sorry.
Hi, my name is Riley. I am currently an 8th grade science teacher at Robert Smalls Middle School, my International Academy. And I just wanted to say, when you look for teachers, you're looking for a couple things. You're looking for people who love kids, that love their content and want to share that with kids. And in science, I'm constantly teaching kids to look at problems and how we solve those. How do we look at different ways? How do we take what people are doing now and make it different and make it better? And it's the same thing that you guys are doing every day on this board. You're looking at problems within this district and you're trying to think outside of the box and how do we solve that? And sometimes in science, there are very straightforward solutions to some problems. And I know one thing that would help keep a lot of teachers here is allowing them to be able to afford to live here. My wife and I moved here from Kansas City about a year ago, and we cannot find a house we can afford. We luckily we're not in one of the apartments that raised our rent 30%, but I have friends who are now currently looking for apartments or are having to move back home because a roommate had to leave for medical emergency and now they are looking for housing. And when you can't afford to live in a place, how am I able to invest in the community? It's not mine because I feel like a transplant that is waiting to be moved somewhere else. So as you look at your proposed budget and you look at raising salary for teachers, think about not only us, but think about your kids and your grandkids and your community, because if you want your teachers to be a part of that community, they need to be able to live in that community on the salary that they are getting. So as you look to approve the budget, please look at if that's all we can do, fantastic, but continue to shoot for the stars, because the more you can give these teachers, the more they're going to stay here, and they are going to be here to not only teach the kids of today, but to teach those kids later in time. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hello. Hello, Angela. This is Robin. I'm ready to put you on public comments, and you'll have 3 minutes, okay? All right. Go ahead.
Good evening. I'm calling in tonight for two very important topics. First, I am very concerned that there are vaccine clinics being offered on school campuses. This is not something that should be offered off of a truck. Mistakes have happened in the not so distant past where vaccine clinics held in schools resulted in the wrong students being given the shots. In my opinion, this is an overreach of authority, be it well-meaning or not. Too many issues can result from these vaccines on wheels. Second, I am very upset with the way our daughter's school and the district in general is dealing with our daughters who are not taking the standardized test next week. We have refused the test for our daughters since we moved here 5 years ago and never had a problem. Now, because they are not taking the test, they are being placed in separate rooms away from their class. I feel that this is punitive and that the Board of Education needs a policy in place that allows children and their parents to refuse the standardized test as we are legally able to do without having to sit and stare for hours, wasting their day. Other schools in the district have not made students who are refusing the test be placed in separate groups. The ESEA law, which is federal, does stipulate that boards of education can create such policies, as can principals and individual schools. I feel that principals should have no sway in this policy, as it is clear that their opinions can cloud their judgment. Being in separate rooms while refusing the test is not only a waste of time, but it has caused our oldest daughter to miss reviews for her EOC exam, and she is in advanced courses, and our 3 younger daughters to miss actual real instructional time. Thank you.
Hi, Dave. This is Robin. I'm calling you to have you on public comments. You'll have 3 minutes. You state your first and last name, please. Are you ready? Okay. Go ahead.
Hi, this is David Cook. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Chairman, board members, Dr. Rodriguez and staff, thanks for giving me time to speak tonight. I did not appreciate the fact that you called the deputy up to interrupt me when I was speaking at the last meeting. And I think by now you've been made aware that it's not their job to enforce Robert's Rules of Order. And you have your own protocols for parliamentary procedures and Robert's Rules of Order, but using a deputy to enforce it is not part of it. So with that in mind, I would appreciate in the future if you would allow people to finish their comments. I know in the past you've allowed people to speak over their 3 minutes without interrupting them with a deputy. And I feel a little bit put aside with that because I'm a pretty nice person and my comments may not be appreciated and they may not be something that you want to hear, but it's something that you need to hear on many occasions. The other thing is we need to get our school staff to avoid using the language about loving our children. I don't believe it's appropriate. We just need to educate them. The other thing that we've got to be considering at this point is the removal of your consent page during the registration process. I've done research on it, and having the consent page, which allows us to click through to let the kids participate in surveys and assessments, actually violates due process because we're not giving any time or samples to preview any of the assessments or surveys. So I'd like you to remove the consent page during the registration process and go back to permission slips to get parents permission to let their kids participate in surveys and assessments. This is the only way to protect the rights of pupils and their parents. This process violates the Federal Protection of Pupils' Rights Amendment. I spoke on this before. I appreciate you letting me speak tonight, and I wish you all the best. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's it.
That concludes public comments. So next on our agenda is the chairman's report. And those of you who are in the audience can see that Chairman Stribinger is not here in person, but he is with us via Zoom. So Chairman Stribinger, I turn it over to you.
Thank you, Kathy. Yeah, I apologize for not being there, but doctors won't let me drive and it's a long walk. The county council meeting, some things were said that I feel that we have to respond to about school impact fees. So I drafted a letter up and I will read it. And at the conclusion, if the board approves, I will submit this letter as the chair of the board. If the board does not approve, I'll submit it as the District 2 representative. What's going on with school impact fees? At the Beaufort County Council meeting on April 25th, 2022, County Council voted to rescind school impact fees and return all collected monies to developers. The decision on other impact fees was postponed. During the discussion, a county official pointed to the lack of in-person school board members' attendance as an indication the school board was not avidly supporting impact fees. Really? A multi-million-dollar funding source was rejected because no member could attend the meeting. 5 years of unwavering support and multiple votes was not enough. Several joint meetings with county council on the topic, not enough. Member attendance and comments at multiple town council meetings to urge adoption of impact fees was not enough. The superintendent meeting with the mayors of the involved towns was not enough. The public comments submitted in writing to county council but not read that evening was not enough. To imply the school board and district were not sufficiently involved was either made from ignorance or was an intentional deception. Whatever the motivation, it was absurd and false. What is the real reason school impact fees were rescinded? Was it because municipalities involved did not agree to the intergovernmental agreements needed to collect the fees on the county's behalf? Was it because the developer filed a lawsuit asserting the fees as implemented were illegal? Was there some other pressure? Underneath the fog of misunderstanding, conflicting statements, and hidden agendas, there is a straightforward and factual equation. There is no dispute that the explosive development in Bluffton and Hardyville will cause a significant strain on school infrastructure that cannot be handled by current facilities and the currently funded expansions. New schools will have to be built. The vote for school impact fees says that developers should contribute to offsetting the costs of the new facilities needed as a result of the developments. A vote against fees says the entire burden should be borne by Beaufort County taxpayers. The Beaufort County Board of Education has never wavered from its belief that impact fees are a reasonable and equitable way to provide some relief to county taxpayers. And then the signature is David Stribinger and Frank Rodriguez.
Okay. Dr. Glatz?
I move that we accept the letter that David Stribinger, our chairman, just read. And you said, David, to submit, but you didn't say submit where. So we have to clarify that after we have the motion on the table. So I move that we accept the letter as written.
Is there a second? Trish Fidrick seconds. Any discussion?
I have a question, so it's kind of a point of information. We have impact fees on the agenda, so I'm not sure why we're voting on the letter before we have the discussion. It's just kind of a curiosity to me, the order in what we're doing this. Revisiting the motion on impact fees.
I don't know. David, do you have a feeling on that?
This letter is a response to comments made at county council meeting.
Yeah, I think the discussion might be something bigger.
What we'll discuss later, but there was a request to overturn the previous motion to table or postpone a discussion of impact fees. But this is a direct response to things that were said at the county council meeting. So I don't see any problem with it at all.
Dr.
Wineski has her hand up too.
So David, my question, maybe perhaps you didn't hear it. You mentioned in your opening remarks before reading the letter that you intended to submit it, but did not say where. Is it going to be a letter to the editor? Where did you envision submitting it?
I submit, a letter to the editor or however else, I want to blast it out to all the media. So, whatever that entails, letter to the editor or an op-ed piece, I'm not sure. We're just going to send it out to our mailing list for the media.
Dr. Wisniewski.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. My comment is in regard to, there's multiple questions throughout the letter, and my only suggestion would be to add in, you mentioned different meetings and different votes that have taken place. I think it would be good to have some type of listing at the bottom, maybe that references those different occurrences, the dates and things like that, just so that if anybody needs to refresh their memory, they can go to those very public records and look into them and see what the additional comments were from the board. Thank you.
As written.
Any other, Ingrid?
Thank you. I agree with the sentiment behind the letter. I was not on the board when the vote was taken. I haven't done as much in supporting impact fees as the board because that was done before I was elected on. I know that the school district has done a tremendous amount in support of impact fees. So I was tremendously surprised by the comments that were made at Monday's meeting. We were on the same side as county council up until fairly recently. They had voted to support impact fees and were collecting impact fees. We were working together. I don't know why things got so sour so fast. My concern and why I can't support sending this personally, I mean, obviously I'll go with what the board recommends to do, but I don't like the tone of hidden agendas and intentional deception. I think that what Dr. Wisniewski suggested, which is a factual recitation of how much we actually did support the impact fees, would be better. But I think when you start pulling out words like hidden agendas and absurd and false without actually saying what they are, you're insinuating that just leads to more badness and leads to more bitterness. And I would rather not get into that kind of a discussion with the county. So I'll be voting no, but of course I'll support what the board does.
Earl Campbell.
I agree with David.
we hadn't just started talking about impact fees. We've been talking about impact fees for years. And these communities is growing, and we're gonna need schools. And if we can't have Bluffton and all the municipality support us in this, then we're gonna have to start having crowded classrooms. As simple as that, you know. And you know, I don't have a problem with people getting angry about what we say. I'm on this board to serve the people, the taxpayers, not to worry about who's gonna get angry, you know, because we have been talking about this for years and nobody seems to want to listen. You know, we need the schools to educate the children, and we need to get some extra funds because the taxpayers cannot support all this by themselves. Simple as that. Or else county councils will have to bring some industry in this county to help pay the taxes. Thank you.
Ms. Vidrich?
I am going to support this letter. I listened to the county council meeting on Monday, April 25th, I believe it was. And I urge everybody to watch the county council meeting that night and what the tone was regarding the school district and the school board and their support or lack of support for impact fees. I think a strong response is warranted. And so I will absolutely be supporting this letter.
Colonel Geyer?
I am the author of the letter to the county council. It was a verbal. I wasn't able to attend, so I wrote out, I timed it, a 3-minute verbal agreement, or not agreement, but a verbal statement about supporting school impact fees with specific dates and dollars. I sent it in and got it in on time. It was acknowledged. I have an acknowledgement that it was received on time. I even sent the chairman of the county council a personal email with some more background information about why I was submitting this. I expected it to be read. It was handed out, I understand, to individual county council members before the meeting, but it was not put into the record. This to me is just another indication of a lack of respect by the county council to this elected body. So I think the tone of Mr. Strbinger's letter is absolutely on target, and I will be voting for it.
Any other comments? Okay, at this time, I'd like, Rachel?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I would just like to move that we strike as written and we add with citations. I think that strengthens the letter, especially if it's going to be sent out to media and others. So I would personally like to see citations in there to strengthen it. If I get a second, that'd be great.
Ms. Fitchick seconds it. She wants it to amend it to read motion to accept the letter with citations.
Yes, ma'am.
Like as written, is that correct?
That's
Motion to accept the letter with citations.
Yes, ma'am.
Trish Vidra. I'll put in my 2 cents here. I support the idea of adding the citations. I think that the history of the impact fees, we all started, we paid for a study with the county council to study the issue of impact fees. It's a very regulated process. There are places where impact fees cannot legally be applied, but they're legal. And we paid for a process. We had a large presentation. It's time for us to act. I think that the point in the letter that, if the developers don't help, then it all falls on the taxpayers, every single penny. So I think that adding the citations does help kind of strengthen the letter a bit. I think that it's well written, and we need to be responsive to their county's inaccurate representation. Mr. Stribinger.
Yeah, that opening part was only meant to create the impression, or that the school board has been very, very committed to impact fees. It wasn't meant to be a historical, historical representation of everything we did, because that would take several pages, I believe. I think if we want to do a historical documentation of everything that the board has done, that might be a really good follow-up. But I'd really like to get this letter out to set the tone. And then if there's questions, we can do all the research required to, to put along site afterwards. That was my intent with that first paragraph, was just to set the tone that we've done quite a bit. And I think the point is made.
Mr. Smith.
I've sat here and I've listened and, listened to my colleagues amongst, discuss about, about how they feel about it. But, months back, in reference to this and relationships is everything. I remember when we had I remember I went to county council and requested a meeting. And I remember when I asked this body here in support to let's meet with county council so that when we have issues like this, that they can already understand us and know what we're dealing with and what we have going on. And information, being informed, and relationships is everything. And I think this is a part of that. And now I almost feel that as though we're moving backwards, because what happened was there was certain groups, so there was a committee formed all of a sudden, and then that committee met with the committee on county council. So therefore, it was kind of a organized meeting where certain people met. And by saying that, when I said what I was pushing for was for both bodies to come together and have a meeting and discuss all these outlines so that we can inform them as much as possible. So when issues like this come up, then they would understand us and we would understand them. So with that being said, I'm just, we can't pick and choose when it's convenient and when we want people to jump to our beat. We should be working together simultaneously 365 days a year. So I have a little mixed emotions about this. So I don't know, but I just want to hopefully moving forward that we will get together with the county council as two bodies and meet and discuss stuff like this, because relationships are important for all of our constituents. Thank you.
Dr. Gwadz.
Thank you, Vice Chair Robine. When I saw Mr. Stribinger's letter, when he put it in board docs, I actually pulled out my impact fee file, and I can pretty much recite off the top of my head all the times we advocated for impact fees. I think if you submit it, I agree with Mr. Stribinger. We need to get the message out there, and we need to get it out there now. I think if we're going to add citations, it truly will add volumes, multiple pages to this. For example, Tanya Crosby gave us a nice summary back on November 14th, 2020, of a timeline of the school impact fee discussion. And so there's been considerable advocacy for the school impact fees since November 14, 2020. So that's not on this timeline, for example. She also gave us on that same date a nice summary of the draft intergovernmental agreements, the timeline of that as well. I think, unfortunately, our children have been harmed by the county council's decision, greatly harmed. School impact fees are vital for the growing areas in our county, and they are a one-time fee to keep up with the infrastructure that's necessary with the development. And so we need to take some of the burden off the entire county taxpayers, and this is one way to do it. And it's only a portion of the funding for our schools. It's not the whole funding for our schools. So I will support David's motion the way it is, because I think it's important to get it out there. I will continue to advocate for school impact fees. I've advocated tirelessly already for them. And perhaps as we have the discussion, additional discussion under board business, I will give some more dates, etc., showing how much the board has done for advocating for school impact fees.
Mr. Earl Campbell.
Yes. I realize that we like to work with folks that want to work with us. And if you know the history of county council as far as and the Board of Education, there are someone there could care less about what goes on with this board. So having a meeting with them is not going to change anything. You know, we've been talking about this for years and nothing changed, you know. So I think we need to just go on and do what we have to do. Thank you.
Mr. Smith.
And Mr. Campbell, I must acknowledge what you said, but at the end of the day, if you don't try, then you'll never know. I mean, the honest thing to do is to say that we put forth there. So my mom said, "You have never failed until you tried it." So I mean, that's just the rightful thing to do, is to put the best foot forward with faith, knowing that faith without works is dead. Thank you.
It's my recollection that back when we first started talking about this, county council refused to meet with us, that we did float that idea to them, and they said it was too big of a group. Dr. Rodriguez.
Would just add that in May of 2020, there was a joint Board of Education County Council meeting that took place. That was the officers from the Board of Education, the officers from County Council, County Administrator, Superintendent, CFOs, counterparts at that meeting, where the school board, the school district did articulate our desires or need for impact fees. There was another joint Board of Education County Council meeting 1 year later in May of 2021, where once again that did happen. So I mean, to say that we haven't communicated or that anything like that, I mean, I think that's, and then there are additional components, but in terms of the two bodies coming together for an engagement, that did happen in May of 2020, and that did happen in May of 2021, and impact fees were part of that conversation.
Mr. Mel Campbell. Call the question. Great. Okay.
Well, actually, I would like to oppose that, because there's something that needs to be clear. Yeah, so we need to vote.
We have to have a vote to call the question.
Yes.
So all those in favor of calling the question signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, and Rachel and
aye.
Okay.
David.
David?
Aye.
Okay.
So it has to be 2/3 in favor, and it was, because I think the only nay
William,
was
yeah.
Mr.
Yeah.
Smith. Okay.
Okay, so the question's been called. Right, we
Yeah.
do have to vote on the amendment. So the amendment, if you can put that up, I believe was to
Include citations with the letter.
include citations with the letter. So all those in favor of the motion to accept the letter with citations, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay?
Nay.
Nay.
And, okay, so it's 191.
Actually, I'm abstaining.
You're abstaining?
Yeah, I'm abstaining as well.
182.
182. So that motion fails. So now we go back to the original motion. And so, no, Mel Campbell is not absent. You voted against it, I think. Yeah. Yeah.
No against the amendment.
Right. So it was 8 noes, 1 yes, and 2 abstentions.
Exactly.
Okay, so Mel's, okay, there we go. All right. All right, now we move on to the original motion. We'll wait for that one to come up, and that was to, as written, to accept the letter as written. All those in.
I have a question. I have a question reference to that. Actually, I just want to clarify because I have a comment on this right here. Actually, just to, because I have the option to circle back. At that meeting that was referred to a minute ago, the officers were the only speaking people at that meeting. In terms when I said have a meeting.
Point of order. Point of
Have a
order.
meeting in general. Every board member has the capacity or the
question has
authority
been called.
to
Question's
speak.
been called.
So that's 2 different things versus the meeting that I'm talking
We are
about.
moving on.
So
to
I just want to
the-
bring clarify to that.
to
No problem. You can do whatever you're doing, Madam Chair. I just want to bring clarify to that. That's the truth. Thank you.
Motion to accept the letter as written. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 The aye.
Okay, all those opposed? Okay, 1 opposed. Did you, okay, so 191.
Thank you.
No, 911.
911, yeah, that's what I meant, 911.
Uh-oh,
I'm just adding
911.
up to make sure, yeah. So the motion passes to accept the letter as written. Okay, thank you, Mr. Stribinger. Do you have anything else in your chairman's report?
No, even if I did, I'd be scared to say it. So let's move on.
Okay, so moving on, the next item on the agenda are our committee reports. And the first committee to give us a report tonight will be the ACE committee.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. The ACE board met. We had a budget briefing, both the expenditures for this year and a proposed budget for next year. They have a very positive budget performance. In fact, they increased their fund balance and to a point where they're going to be reducing the fund balance by using the excess for needed capital investments in this coming fiscal year. They have a very good enrollment projection. It looks like a full enrollment projection for next fall. All the programs are doing very, very well. They will be holding completer ceremonies later this month. Those are great things to go to, and I'm sure you're all will get an invitation to that. But all in all, the ACE program is going swimmingly, frankly. So that's the end of my report, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any questions, comments? Right? Ms. Fidrich?
Colonel Guyer, at one point, ACE had talked about having a childcare program. I don't know whether it was, early childhood teaching or actually trying to support the childcare. Has there been any more conversation about that?
It's only a very conceptual conversation. There is room on the campus for expansion. And one of the ideas that the director has is that a new possible new construction and building a childcare center and staffing it with teachers for childcare, but also students to learn about childcare and perhaps getting a certificate. And then that facility would be primarily focused toward teachers sending their children to that childcare center. And when you look at where that's located, it's really in the very center of the county. So this is something that I think maybe when we talk about a possible future referendum, because it would take a capital expenditure to do it, they could not do that in their existing facility. But it's a very, very good concept that I think we should explore more, and of course with Jasper County as well.
Mr. Smith?
Yeah, would be a great idea, but I think that we did discuss that at one point, but with us getting ready to possibly be going to Saxton, I'm sure that that's probably not something that the director may want to go down that avenue right now. I think we're trying to focus more on getting ready for Saxton in the future. That will be interesting. That's something that is take interest in, but I think that the last time we talked that we were not really possibly moving forward with anything new at this point in time until we get past Sax. Thank you.
Hey, anyone else? All right, next committee report, Legislative Committee.
Thank you, Vice Chair Robine. Last week, 6 Beaufort County Board of Education members attended the South Carolina School Boards Association Day at the Capitol in Columbia. Upon arrival, we had a 1-hour briefing session on the legislative issues for our public schools before we headed over to the State House to talk with the Beaufort County legislators. We were able to meet with 6 of the 8 legislators, all the representatives and Senator Tom Davis, and with our lobbyist. Our discussions focused on the new K-12 spending plan and fiscal authority for the Beaufort County Board of Education. At lunch, we heard from 8 candidates for South Carolina School Superintendent in a forum. Having attended several of these legislative events at the State House previously, I thought this was the best one after a 2-year hiatus due to the pandemic. Our board was able to speak to the delegation members 1 or 2 at a time, and I think that's what made it so helpful. Prior to the day at the Capitol, the Beaufort County Legislative Delegation had a public meeting in Bluffton on April 11th. 2 board members attended and delivered remarks to the delegation. Tricia Fidrich spoke on alternatives to teacher certification to allow qualified individuals with knowledge of subject content to teach in our schools. I gave comments outlining the impressive track record of fiscal responsibility exhibited by our district for more than 2 decades in advocating for full fiscal authority for the board. The board and delegation received copies of my remarks and 2 follow-up emails with information in support of fiscal authority. I urge my colleagues to reach out to the delegation as well. By mid-June, the Board of Education will need to submit to the South Carolina School Boards Association any legislative proposals for the 2023 General Assembly. So we need to have this as an agenda topic at the next board meeting and seek input from the full board, our lobbyists, and the superintendent. That concludes my report.
Okay. Any questions, comments? Moving on, Operations Committee, Ms. Boatright.
Thank you. We have 2 issues to bring forward to the board today out of operations. The first one is just it's a OE87 facilities use report, which would normally go on consent agenda. But we had a pretty good discussion about it. So I thought I would just briefly go over with the board what was discussed and see if there are any questions. OE 8.7, develop and consistently administer facility use guidelines delineating permitted uses, applicable fee structure, user expectations, and enforcement procedures. So now that people are back to meeting in person again more frequently, and we've invested, thanks to the taxpayers of Beaufort County, a fair amount of money in upgrading our facilities. Hopefully is interest in the community coming in and using those facilities. And we wanted to make sure that the process was well outlined. And so what we have in board docs is essentially our application for the facilities use. And it does go over all the things. It talks about what the fees are, the insurance requirements, who to submit to, how it's managed by the district. And it's actually submitted to the principal. And that was one of the discussion points that we had, that the process for facilities use is you apply to the school principal at the office and basically fill out the form. And then the district kind of helps manage that from afar. But it is ultimately the principal who makes determinations as to who can use a facility. However, there are guidelines and the district can get involved in some of these decisions when necessary. And what I wanted to point out for the public is that all of this is laid out very clearly in our administrative regulation operating services 29 or OS 29, where it lays out exactly what the expectations are, what the approval process is. And it does say that there are only certain circumstances in which a principal can deny a request for facility use. So it's not a at the sole discretion of, but that is the correct process. So if there's any questions, that kind of hits the highlights. I don't know if the other committee members wanted to add anything from that discussion. I just wanted to get it out there in the public. Okay.
Dr. Glatz?
I have a couple questions and or comments. So I noticed on, let's see, the copy that we have in our packet tonight, it would be page 3, and it's just a sample of the facilities use agreement. And under B there, it seems like the usage rate to be charged is, that should be left blank, I think. And there are just some things that are filled in that probably really should be blank.
Are you talking about this? I'm sorry, I'm trying to catch up. V.
Sorry.
G or 0, where are you? B?
I'm under the addendum number 1 to facilities use agreement with the name of the church for Sunday church services at school.
Okay.
And it looks under letter B as in baby.
Oh, okay.
That just looks like there's things that are filled in that really probably shouldn't be.
Yeah, which equals 8 cents per square foot, which equals $0 per hour.
No, it's not even 8 cents. It's 0.8 of a cent.
0.8 of a cent.
It's less than
I
that.
feel like Mr. Otting is poised, ready to answer that question.
All I would add is that 0.8 of a cent is in our policy on how much we charge. So that's a set amount.
Okay,
And
so
it's
that's
based-
supposed to be like that. Okay,
Yes, and
fine.
actually the way that's what we came across a lot of times when we rented to churches, they grow and they'd kind of get additional spaces. So this way we're charging them for what they're using, and that's kind of how it's set up. That's when it's a fee for a regular use. It's recurring use. It's that 0.8 of a cent per square foot.
So you don't charge the churches for the space then?
No, we do. It's based on the square footage that they want to use. So we'll calculate the cafeteria. If they want
Oh,
to just
okay.
be in the
I see.
cafeteria, it's that square footage times that amount, which will get to their fee.
All right.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, thank you. Second thing is on rules and regulations governing use of the school facilities under prohibited conduct, the last item, well, not the last one, it's the last one on this page. Number 8 is private use. And including but not limited to weddings, family reunions, and baby bridal showers. And then funerals is not in that list, but considered separately. Just wondering why funerals would not be part of those other things listed.
Well, that is set up the way our AR is set up, and our practice for some time has been funerals are typically for staff members or students when they occur. We've gone in different directions. There's been a push in the past for no funerals. And then there has been requests to have funerals in buildings. So we've opened it up a little bit. Quite frankly, it's an item that's kind of open-ended that, that may be something the board may want to get involved in to make a decision on or give us some more guidance on.
I think it may be worthwhile for the board to consider a policy, not an AR, but a policy on its stance on funerals on district facilities.
We did not get into that particular discussion, but policy committee coming your way.
That's right.
Oh. Mr. Campbell is possibly having a comment. Yeah. Between weddings and.
Sorry. But I don't understand the differences.
Well, I think,
I
you
mean,
know,
we have to make a policy for funeral, then we have to make a policy for a wedding, family reunion. Because we have to be, you know, when you start being specific on what is and what isn't, I think it's still up to the board, the principals of the schools and the superintendent to ultimately say yay or nay. And if the superintendent wants to say no to all funerals for whatever reasons, then that's what our policy states.
that's the AR. What I'm suggesting
that's
is
what your AR is stating.
yeah. And what I'm suggesting is that we may want to consider a policy specifically around funerals, because when you're dealing with funerals, you're dealing with human remains in school facilities that are buildings of education, right? And children, young children, right, when they attend those, that's an image they have about that facility from then on out, right? And I'm just saying the board may want to consider that, and whatever it is, but in terms of a policy versus an AR, because with an AR, whatever ruling we make, we spend the next 3, 4, 5 days on that issue, regardless of what the decision, because constituents continuously will come back with whatever response we give them, sometimes wanting a different response. So that's why I that's my only rationale for it. But, you know, that's my thinking.
I hear you now suggesting that we come up with a policy that denies being a part of the use.
I think before saying that we deny it, I think it's worth a conversation to determine whether that's a direction that the board would like to go or not. Yeah, and if so, then yes. Yeah.
All right, go ahead, Steve.
Any other? Okay, Mr. Smith.
In terms of that, Mr. Campbell took it right out of what I was going to say in terms of funerals and family reunions are no different than the funerals. I mean, there are no funerals except that the body is actually there. But in the African American culture, what happens is in Beaufort County, there's not really sometimes facilities that are big enough. So that's been the past practices that we've used the schools for that. And also, like I caution the board that, I think we have to be careful, because we got actually saying people to support our referendums, and we're telling them to give us the money for the building, but they can't use them. That's no different than what the county's doing right now with the recreational centers. People are angry and upset because they have the centers and they're not using them and they're not open. So for us to tell people that they can have funerals here, and that's what they've been used to, then I think that may not be healthy. But also, I know too is that if a parent feels that a kid will feel that way, then certain parents will tell their kids, "No, I don't want you to go to the funeral." I just like here not long ago, my cousin lost her husband, and she did not allow one of her kids to go. So so there are. I think that is really up to the parent versus the district. I think it's the district as board members, it's our job to possibly to provide the facility and let the parents, like I called it a few minutes ago and said, I think that there's a line that I think we should as board members provided facilities. And this is something that's been going on for decades, and it's a part of a culture. And we have to understand the culture that we have here in South Carolina too, before coming and changing the culture and the climate. Thank you.
It sounds like this might be an issue for further discussion at the policy committee as recommended by Dr. Rodriguez. Mr. Stribinger.
Thank you. Is there a motion on the floor?
Not yet. I was just going to ask if there is a motion for this OE.
I believe we had a motion to recommend to the full board to accept OE 8.7 facilities use report.
Okay.
Are you making that motion?
Yeah, I'll make it.
Okay. I'll second it.
And Mr. Smith.
Any discussion? Ms. Fidrich had her hand
Yeah.
up prior. She's not spoken yet. Okay. All right. Mr. Smith?
Also, in terms of this topic here, my question is also in terms of facility use. What's the procedures for an elected official to have a public community meeting in here? I noticed I didn't see anything of that in here. I remember we talking about it because I believe that's the kind of the reason why we reinvented the form, because I know I was trying to have a community meeting and we wanted to get clarity on that. So my question is, what's the terms of an elected official who's trying to have a meeting at a school or board member? Where does it speak to him at in this form?
So an elected official acting as an individual would be like any other citizen from Beaufort County. They would be no different than anybody else. They would be required to submit the facilities use form and provide insurance. They could be charged fees. In most cases, county commissioners, others, if they've asked to use it, we have waived the fees as long as it's kind of a public meeting. But they are required to provide insurance. If a group of public officials, which is endorsed by the board, decides to have a meeting, then there are no fees. There's no insurance required. That would be a board sponsored event. So as long as the board supports it, there would be no requirement of any kind for that official. It'd be like any other staff member at that point, giving some kind of presentation at a school.
And where is that spelled? What you just said, where's that spelled out at?
It is not spelled out in any kind of, I'll have to look at the form as far, I guess what you, there is nothing that spells out the interpretation that a public official is a private citizen. That would be, I guess, a legal ruling, but I'll be glad to find out more information about that for you.
Well, because I am a little, a little disappointed because I was expecting of that, because all the hell I went through. I was expecting to kind of see some of that and have some of that detail in here, because, you know, someone could come behind me as well and want to have that. And then I've also seen a couple other meetings within the county recently, and I was just wondering, you know, what that process was and in terms of what that looked like. And the last time I think that we spoke about it, my question was in terms of us not having room for interpretation. I believe that we had to send it to the policy committee for that, but I'm still not understanding why did not spell out in black and white in this form right here.
Ms. Boatwright?
Sorry, I don't know if I'm supposed to jump in or, but
go ahead.
to Mr. Smith's point, we talked about essentially, I think what you're asking for, Mr. Smith, and correct me if I'm wrong, is you want a special process above and beyond what was already in this for elected officials. Because what I hear from Mr. Audie and what I think we talked about at the meeting was there's no difference between an elected official, except that any other individual. We do often, in fact, I think in most cases, in fact, possibly in every case, waive the fee for elected officials because it's a community service event. The question for policy, I think, would be, do we need a separate carve out policy when it comes to elected officials? And seeing as how campaign season is upon us, it might, you know, if we want to discuss that in policy, but those are the conversations we've had. I didn't expect coming out of this a separate policy at this point, because I think the board has to talk about if they want to do something different.
Excuse me, Mr. Smith.
Well, she asked me a question.
No,
Okay.
you don't have the floor. Ms.
No
Fidrich?
problem.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. On March 31st, for the Policy Committee report, I reported to the entire board under use of school facilities. The question was raised by a board member if the facilities use requirements would be applied to that board member. The general consensus of the committee and the other board members who weighed in that process for an individual board member to request to use the school facility. However, as an individual board member, he or she will have to abide by the requirements such as providing insurance and paying the appropriate fee. So I've already reported out on this topic. It's already gone through policy. And Mr. Smith, at that meeting, you asked if there are funds available to board members in order to pay for their insurance requirement and for the use of the fee. You were not interested in finding that out yourself. And so I said I would. I have sent an email asking whether or not there are funds available for a school board member to pay for the insurance and for the facility use fee if there is one. I'm anticipating receiving an answer prior to our next policy meeting. So I already reported on that at the end of March. It sounds like this is a redundant conversation, unless I'm missing something.
Yeah, you are. You are.
Okay, so
You are.
Okay, Madam Vice Chair, so
Yes.
I'm not sure if I'm missing something.
Okay, Mr. Stribinger, Mr. Smith, I'll get back to you. We have other people in the queue. Mr. Stribinger?
I was just going to say pretty much the same thing as Fidrich just said. And we've had this discussion over and over and over, and the answer is always the same. So, you know, I don't see any reason to continually ask the same question to get the same answer.
Mr. Smith?
You know, some people say that we've had this conversation over and over. You know, I have a constituents asking why am I not having community meetings? It's because I can't get the building. But just to adjust this, I mean, just to acknowledge this, if I just asked Mr. Outing just now, where is this spelled out so that I can understand the policy? The problem is that it's not written anywhere. If it's not in black and white, then it doesn't matter. So how do I know to understand that? And how do I know that that's just not a policy for me, or how do I know that that is how the process is being worked? And also, as she said, if I asked her about I was waiting back for it, so I didn't hear it. So this is the first time this is actually coming up. And I don't see no reason and no problem why all this can't be spelled out in this OE right here in 8.7. I mean, some people may say is you're beating a dead horse. No, I'm asking for clarity: who, what, where, when, why, and how. I'm asking for it so when I want to get this done, or when I want to understand it, that the information that I need, I can go and look it up online, and it's in black and white, and I can print it out and follow the steps, because you're asking me to follow the steps, but you're telling me to follow the yellow brick road, but the yellow brick road is not there to follow. So therefore, that's where the problem is coming at. You're saying follow it, but it's not there. And then also with this, there was another question too that we didn't talk about in terms of the function between the district and the school, the district and the school, in terms of giving permissions, and that then there were also some indicators that there were some concerns there. So let's not be naive, or let's not get amnesia and just say it was just something that it was issues that I have, because you go back and watch the tape, there were several issues or several things that were pointed out about this OE. So let's just not make it about me. So that's why I'm asking for clarity. So when we bring up these things, if it's in black and white, what I said, it doesn't matter right there, because you can read exactly what's the process. That's what I'm asking for. I'm asking for a process question. This is application. How do I get done what I need to get done at a meeting in my community successfully? Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Robine. Ms. Cushing-Berry, can you please display the motion that's on the table? Okay. So, Mr. Smith, if you want to make an amendment to the motion, why don't you do that?
Mr. Campbell, Earl Campbell?
Yeah, I was just gonna make a recommendation. Maybe Ms. Smith would maybe they don't want to do this, but could you work with the principal at the school when they have their school improvement council meeting or community center on St. Helena. Hold your meetings. If you can't, if, you know, that's just a recommendation, you know. And you won't have to be going through all this, you know, back and forth because about paying insurance and all this stuff.
Yeah.
That's just a recommendation now. I'm just not, you know.
So we have a motion on the floor. Mr. Smith, did you want to amend that motion? The motion is to recommend to the full board the acceptance of OE 8.7 facility use report. And in that report are items, specified ARs that talk about the items that we've just discussed in policy committee. But would you like to make an amendment?
Actually, Madam Chair, I will just say I have a vote. My vote will speak louder than my words. Thank you. All right.
All right. Ms. Fidrich. Okay. All right. I will call the question. Oh, wait. Let's see. Earl, you already spoke, right? Mr. Smith just declined. Okay. We'll call the question. All those in favor of the acceptance of OE 8.7 facilities use report, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Wisniewski, aye.
Okay. Mr. Stribinger? Okay. All those opposed?
I oppose.
Okay,
Thank you.
Mr. Smith? So the motion carries 10-1. Thank you. Dr. Glatz?
I think we should accept the desire of our superintendent, and I move that the Board of Education ask the policy committee to review and recommend to the board policy on it was specifically private use, including funerals.
I'll second that.
Okay. You don't have to have all that part. I would just prefaced it with that. That I move that the Board of Education assign, that's perfect, policy committee.
Private use of facilities? to
Yeah,
develop
private use of
policies?
facilities, private use of facilities, including funerals. To review and make a recommendation to the board, I think is what I said, to review and make a recommendation.
Seconded.
I think Ingrid did.
Oh, Ingrid?
Ingrid
Okay,
did.
sorry. Okay,
You got to be fast.
okay, any discussion?
You saying that on what?
I have a question about it.
No, go ahead.
Mr. Campbell?
Where it's written, then it's acting to review the entire OE. I mean, private use. For the most part, you're talking the public using it. So if you're talking specifically about that particular thing, maybe it's events or no, specifically family reunion. Whatever that.
Mr. Campbell, turn your mic on.
It's on. He just doesn't like to speak.
Whatever that line said in terms of that particular line 8, I believe, right?
And
Yeah,
Whatever it
it's
said.
prohibitive conduct number 8.
And it says private use and it starts like that.
Private use, but all of it is private use.
Mm-hmm.
So that term private use is kind of misleading. You'll have to look at whether, TV team, football team that's not affiliated with the school can use it, and that's private also. So I suggest you fine tune it to those specific things on that line.
Is that a motion?
Family reunions, I want to, amend it to.
You want to amend it?
Add family.
And I'll second that
reunion.
motion.
Private use / what else is there? Family reunion,
Just
funerals.
As written, maybe
Yeah.
for private use, including but not limited to weddings,
Yeah, weddings.
family reunions, baby bridal showers, and funerals. Got it? Okay, all right. Okay. Private, huh?
We're not adding anything.
We're not
No.
adding anything. We're just private use.
Basically, the whole line, number
Yeah,
8.
that whole line.
The whole line from number 8
Yes.
is the motion.
We wanted limited to that, Robert.
It's prohibited conduct.
Yeah.
I think is, yes, prohibited conduct number 8.
And Madam Chair, we've never done this before, but could we, I don't know how long, can we go ahead and do the construction update and then come back? Can we postpone the motion until after the construction update so we don't sit here?
We have a motion on the table. We have to dispose of it. So,
Well, let me,
unless somebody wants to lay it on the
Madam
table, and I guess.
I was
Madam
thinking we'll
Chair.
postpone it till after the construction, but it just, just trying to be
Yeah, it's not
efficient.
gonna
we have, Madam Chair, we have never had any problems when you're talking about funerals at schools, because most of the funerals at schools were held because of a teacher or a student.
A student, yeah.
And we have had several of them.
Well, yeah, the policy committee can just flush it out.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, are we ready? Is there any other discussion? All right, are we ready to vote? Okay. The motion. I think our intent's pretty clear there. What do you all think about that?
Yeah,
That-
just we don't have funerals up
And
there.
we don't
I
have
think-
funerals on it. Exactly.
Yeah. Oh, it's not
Funerals will
behind.
be
I think,
considered-
yeah. I thought it was behind the
Yeah.
little block. Okay. Family.
And I believe that whole line.
Yeah, and funerals. There we go. Yep, okay. So the Board of Education assigned to the policy committee private use, including but not limited to weddings, family reunions, baby and bridal showers, and funerals. Right?
Oh, you don't want to put that last part in there either?
Because the last part just talks about the superintendent, right?
Right.
And I think the policy, yeah.
I'm good with that.
Okay, you good
Yeah,
with
I'm
that?
good with that.
Okay, all
Thank you.
right. All those in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 Scrivener, aye.
Okay, that's unanimous. Okay, continue on, Ms. Boatright.
I'd like to bring up to the stage next, Mr. Robert Corbin. He'll be doing the construction update.
Thank you. Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to provide an executive summary of the construction updates that were provided at the April 20th Operation Committee meeting. As Robin pulls open the PowerPoint materials, I'll go ahead and dive in the interest of time. As I've reported for the past 5 to 6 months, long lead times and cost increases continue to be encountered due to supply chain issues, current market conditions, and inflation. The project managers continue to do an excellent job working closely with the designers and the contractors to find solutions for these challenges as they arise, and continue to keep the school administration informed. Robin, if you move forward to slides 5 and 6, there are 2 yellow traffic lights that appear in this month's project updates. This is the same number as reported last month. For slides 5 and 6, they're related to Battery Creek High School. The yellow traffic light is there due to schedule concerns, due to material delays. We continue to monitor those closely, and we'll continue to do so. The other one that has a yellow flag is Hilton Head Island Middle School. That's slide 27. That yellow flag on slide 27 is due to budget concerns. We have received pricing from our construction manager, Thompson Turner Construction, that came in last Friday, April 29th, and that is currently in the process of being evaluated. Unfortunately, with receiving that proposal so late in the week, we were not able to complete our review and evaluation and bring a recommendation forward to tonight's board meeting. But we are actively going through that, and I am scheduled to meet with the project manager for a few hours tomorrow to go over some of my review comments with him. Other items I'd like to share, Robin, if you move forward to slides 68 and 69, they deal with our project closeouts for our 8% capital projects. Real pleased to report that a total of 21 projects were closed out in the month of March. For referendum projects that you see on slides 68 and 69, 7 projects have been completed and closed out to date. We've also added the Ladies Island Middle School and Right Choices projects now in this closeout phase. And for the 6 projects that you see in this section with yellow traffic lights associated with final closeout, those 6, we have received the final change orders. Those have been fully completed. The only remaining item is the final payout. Those have been requested and have been received, and those are in the process of being reviewed. And once approved and processed for payment, those will move off of yellow traffic lights and be reported here shortly as completed. We do continue to monitor and discuss the project closeouts on a weekly basis with project managers. If we move forward to slide 74, talk a little bit about our cash flow for the month and our total now of paid to date through the end of March 31st, 2022. You'll see there at the bottom of the column where the cursor is, our total paid to date is now $119,539,651. That is a change from the previous month of just about $11.4 million, which is excellent news to see that the billing is picked up and moving at that pace. The other item that I'd like to talk a little bit about deals with community outreach. If we go to slide 78, Robin, for Hilton Head Island Middle School, we have held a couple community meetings to share details related to that project with attendees. The first meeting took place on March 31st. A meeting has also since taken place last week on Thursday, April 28th. That was held at Hilton Head Island School for Creative Arts. And we currently have a meeting scheduled for Hilton Head Island Elementary School for May 12th. And that time has now been determined to be at noon. And the meeting that we're setting up continues to be worked on for a presentation with the Hilton Head Island Boys and Girls Club. As soon as that date and time is locked in, we'll go ahead and continue to share those details via email so that the board members as well as the clock members can be made aware of that meeting date and time. The last item that's not on here, I did include with the brief at the Operation Committee meeting, and it related to an event that was held last Thursday, actually not last Thursday, 2 Thursdays ago, April 21st from 4:30 to 6:30. The district hosted another local vendor and MWBE outreach event. This event was held at the district offices located at Mink Point Boulevard and was advertised in multiple papers and also on a couple local radio stations. Representatives from all 5 of the district's construction management firms attended, as well as all the project managers. And for those that attended, they were given the opportunity to go from each of the firms represented to learn about the projects that they'll be working on in 2022 and discuss what opportunities that they may have for the various people that attended. And that will go ahead and wrap up and conclude my updates for the month. And we'll see if there's any questions.
Mr. Smith?
Yes, I have a question in terms of Lighthouse Elementary School. Mr. Corbett, in the back, I don't see. I just noticed I didn't see any green lights on page 49, and in the back of the school, I noticed they have a playground area that it looks like they are starting it, and they don't have a soft top on the bottom of it. They have it spreaded, but I know that there's a certain piece of plastic to be down under it that is soft, and I stepped on it. I noticed that the ground was pretty hard. So could you help me understand where we at on that in terms of that?
Mr. Smith, if you're talking about the photo there and the question is related to the installation of the playground equipment,
Yes,
you'll see on the slide there, that first bullet point, we're about 50% complete, and that is scheduled to wrap up this month. If you will give me the opportunity, I will bring this to the attention of the project manager, your comments, so that he can look into it to see if there was any concern that needs to be addressed by the contractor that's installing that work.
Thank you, Mr. Colbert. I definitely appreciate that. And my other question is what you referencing to page 52. And before I answer it, let me ask this question. Let me just go ahead and say, I definitely do appreciate Mr. Otting for the time that you've took with me when I asked you to sit down. When we sat down, and you and the what do you call the guy now? You just said it, Ms. Corbett.
The project manager.
The project manager. I definitely appreciated that. The time that you took out, but you told me that you would be getting back to me soon. So I'm just asking this question today. I'm just hoping that I'm gonna get a good answer. Have we came up with the door or entrance of St. Helena Gym yet? Have we came up with that proposal yet?
Where we are is we have received the drawings, and we have been in touch with the construction manager to obtain a price proposal on that. That firm is Ajax Construction, and with this current market conditions, they're hesitant in trying to accurately provide us with a true cost of that work. They have performed an estimate on that, but they are trying to track down proposals from firms that will actually do the work. It's one of Robert's goals, as well as mine, to bring to the next operation committee meeting, which would be on the 11th, 8 days from today, so that we can share with you those elevations as well as any of the additional cost information that we've received at that point.
I solely appreciate that. Thank you so much. Out of sight, out of mind. I just appreciate that for you keeping that in front of us. Thank you. No more questions, Madam Chair.
Okay. Any other questions? Hey, it doesn't look like that. Don't look like it. Thank you.
Have a good evening.
Okay.
That concludes the Operation Committee's report. Our next meeting will be Wednesday, May 11th. It's at the district office, hybrid. It's currently scheduled to begin at 4:30, but after hearing about some of the agenda items, that is TBD. We may need to have a little bit because the clock comes in after us at 6 o'clock. So.
Hey, Dr. Rodriguez.
Thank you. First item on the superintendent's report under student achievement is a Rubicon update, and Dr. Stratos and her team are coming forward.
Thank you, Dr. Rodriguez. Good evening, Chairman Stribinger, Madam Vice Chair Robine, and board members. Just a quick refresher. Rubicon Atlas is a curriculum mapping and management tool used by Beaufort County School District that enables the organization of curriculum mapping and assists teachers with lesson planning. Tonight, we are highlighting the work being currently conducted by Colleen Beckenvarsky, Karen McKinsey, who unfortunately is attending us on Zoom, will just be observing, Melissa Murray, Nicholas Flowers, with a host of exemplary educators to focus at improved alignment and articulation within Rubicon Atlas. The collaborative work is starting in late spring and will continue through summer. In order not to be repetitive with the items being presented this evening, I want to bring forward our team, and at this time, Colleen Beckenvarsky. Thank you.
Good evening.
I just wanted to touch base really quickly on the technology component that we use, which is Rubicon Atlas, as Dr. Stratus mentioned. So in the documentation that you receive, there are 2 links that we provided on there. One of them is the internal link. That's where our staff and our teachers access the system so that they can find their one-stop shop for curriculum and assessment. The second one is the public-facing side of that system, and that is on our district website, so it can be reviewed publicly as well there. What we do annually is we take a archive or a snapshot of the system. Right around this time, we'll be conducting that at the end of this week. So we take that picture and then we archive it, and that allows us to get back in there and start to do that refinement work for the upcoming writing that will happen this summer. Some of the feedback we got from our end users, our teachers and our staff, was just to help simplify some of the navigation in there. And we're really excited to be able to do that for them this year. So once we take that snapshot, we're going to be able to go in that system, simplify it so they're easy to find their curriculum. And part of that is the template adjustments and organization as well. And I believe, Robin, you have a copy of that we sent for you to look at. But some of the technical features that we're able to do for them is just in the organization of the way that they'll find that curriculum. And we're able to really highlight now in the system some sectioning off to help them in their planning and a way to organize their standards in a logical way. So you can see the color coding that's provided for them. They can see the priority standards that are in there, a way for us to organize literacy standards for our ML inclusion into the curriculum, and then also for supporting standards that gives us an area to highlight computer science standards or additional ones that we want to make sure are tagged into a particular unit. So we will be working on all of that after we, again, take that snapshot, and then it allows for the teams to begin the refinement work that Melissa and Nick will be sharing as well. Once all that work is done, then another technical component is just making it public, getting that all cleaned up and getting it onto that public website. That happens at the end of that writing time. So I'll let Melissa articulate more on the curriculum and refinement work.
So Colleen spoke of Rubicon Atlas, which is our tool that we use to archive, to organize, and to hold all of this information. But the work, how the curriculum is paced out, is done by a team of highly qualified teachers. Each year, teams are formed. They represent every single grade level, all content areas. As Colleen mentioned, when the previous year's maps, is what we call them, are archived, we're able to see the previous work and then take the feedback that we have received throughout the year. So inside of Rubicon Atlas is a feedback link. And so ongoing feedback is given to us from the teachers, from staff. We store that until it's time for teams to come in and use them and make the changes. In addition, if they reach out to any of us that are lead writers, we also bring that feedback to the table. So these teams are going to start work very soon. We are going to prioritize the priority standards that were given to us from the State Department of Education. And the goal here is that we have this guaranteed viable curriculum across the district. So every kindergarten, first grade, 8th grade, 12th grade student receives the same quality instruction within a same time period. So the idea at the district level for this curriculum mapping and pacing is, how do we pace out the standards that all students must learn, know, and be able to do throughout the year. And so we can ensure mastery, be able to follow up with assessments, which Mr. Flowers is going to speak about. So they do this very big work in thinking about our entire system, the whole district. So even though they work in all of one school, they represent all of the schools when we do this type of writing and work. They're taking the standards, they're dividing it up into content and skills. So that means, what do we want students to know and be able to do? We have consistent academic language and vocabulary that's highlighted at certain times. And the goal here is that we just have this explicit connection between our standards, the resources we have, and the instruction that will be seen in each of our schools. And then, as we said, because we know when these standards are being taught, then we can analyze it against when the assessments are being taken from the students. And that little cycle that you see in the summary that we gave you leads to that. So this part about planning, doing the teaching and learning, and then we check, we assess where they are. And that's when Mr. Flowers is going to jump in.
So as the district continues its work towards that balanced assessment system, we're really making some refinements from lessons learned for this school year and really focusing on that balance between formative, interim, and summative assessments. We do a lot of testing. So right now, really honing in, and as we look at this summer, we'll take the work of how the standards have been paced out throughout the school year and align then the assessments to look at that instructional pacing. So we'll have 2 then that will happen. So as we work through the year and about the fall, then do a quick check looking directly at the standards, and then being able to do that continuous improvement cycle to check where we are at the standards. And then again, when we come back in the springtime. So we can really hone in for those interim assessments there. And then in the work of supporting teachers to be able to hone in their teaching and not have an abstract assessment, we would really end up with having supporting documents, one looking at what are the understandings and the misunderstandings that that assessment is targeting. So really having a clear purpose for it, so then teachers can strategically align their teaching to be able to meet the needs then of the students based on the data that was collected. And then also have an item analysis then for each item on there. So as they're going through it, was it an item that was a high depth of knowledge, asking the students to do a lot of thinking? Or potentially it was an item that they needed to use a protractor. So when we're sitting in professional learning communities, they may look at it and, oh, a lot of our students missed it, but it's a low level question of what we're really asking for recall. But there'll be an indicator there to say, oh yeah, they should have used a protractor or some other tool. So there'll be those supporting documents to do the item analysis, but also the big picture of the assessment for the understandings and misunderstandings. As we culminate the work over the summer, the work that's happening for the curriculum mapping and Rubicon and the assessments will all come to an end in June. And so then as we work through June, it'll be communicating that out of here's the status of the work, here's how it's going, providing professional development. Earlier this month, we spoke with principals, gave them an update on where we are. And so then it'll be a train the trainer model. So working with coaches, teachers, really saturating any opportunity we can get over the summer institute to get the training for teachers of here we're fine tuning the maps and here where the updates were. And then as new teachers are brought onto the district, to make sure then that they're being able to access comprehensive training for the updates and just what this tool is, so they can maximize the learning as they go through it.
Colonel.
Yes, that concludes it, yes.
Colonel Guyer.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I have a quick question. Talk to me a little bit about storage and accessibility of individual student metrics. Will this metrics follow them through their experience so that when I graduate from 3rd grade to 4th grade, my new 4th grade teacher knows what my 3rd grade teacher said about me and up through the process?
So Colonel Guyer, and I'll have Colleen here as well, who's been part of the project manager on Performance Matters. You're speaking onto the repository of where we're holding the metrics. Either right now we have diagnostic data from NWEA. We have early warning signals data within Performance Matters. We have the ability of our formative assessments, or what Nicholas has brought forward, our interim assessments that will be administered during the academic school year next year. That data will be within Performance Matters. If a student is within the same school site, I believe we will be able to pull up prior assessments. And I don't know we have the capability though to pull the individual, but I can check that. I could ask Colleen to come forward, please. Yeah, I've not seen that feature, but if I may, Dr. Rodriguez.
So I think it depends on whether it is just a refresh when the student moves up in grade, then they've got that, but they're like iReady data, their NWA data, some of those bigger assessments, that even as it stands today, I think they can access that. In the smaller formative assessments, I'm not sure that those necessarily carry over on the smaller formative assessment.
I just see the value of a student coming into a new classroom and the first day of school in the fall, and the teacher can go in and say, okay, little Johnny has a problem with mathematics and in this specific area. So I know that I need to give him a little more emphasis on that. His English language arts are good, and I know that I can match him with another student that maybe needs a little help.
Yeah.
So that's the kind of value that this data, if it is easily accessible,
It is.
and there's a process that they can share.
So I think the longitudinal data on things like iReady and things like MAP and those larger assessments, I think that is, if I'm not sure, but I believe that does carry through. The formative assessment that we use is formative assessment for the teacher to use, and it's information around the impact of that instruction that was just delivered. So that if you look at this continuous improvement model on the very top, the very first group under description, you see it says plan, do, check, and act, right? So you plan, right? You deliver instruction, you do, okay? Then you check whether that instruction was, with students mastered as a result of that instruction or the impact of that instruction. And then in that act is the opportunity for the teacher to say, okay, this portion of it was mastered, but this portion of it was not. So let me adjust and maybe reteach here. And so the formative assessment is more about the immediacy of that moment as a result of this instruction. So that I don't think carries over, but I do think the larger scheme of things, the other assessments like iReady and MAP, that I believe does.
Yeah, and I can elaborate on that. It does. The bigger assessments do. The teachers have access to a number of different ways to access it. Performance Matters is one, but there's enrich information they can access, NWEA directly to get some of that information. We're trying to put as much information in Performance Matters. Again, it's one place to send teachers. So we work through those with the vendors to see how we can get everything in a nice package for the teacher for that upcoming student. As far as curriculum, I just wanted to do that as well, that teachers can see all of that vertical articulation also. So they would know curriculum wise, moving from third to fourth, what that student would have or should have received to then elaborate on and move forward as well. So just wanted to throw that.
Mr. Mel Campbell.
I think you mentioned the key word, should have received. I don't know, Rubicon has been in our district for at least 10 years, huh? Yeah, we've been trying to get it, as a big part of the imprint of the district. And it's really a coordinator of the curriculum as you go through the process. Every school's got what English 1 should look like and the pacing guide for that. That's how I interpret it. Y'all can correct me if I'm wrong. But teachers are instructed on what are the important elements of the standards that they should cover. And if it's not at an efficient level, they have review time. At the same time, which it doesn't address very well, and I think that's to your point, is it's got a pace to a degree where the curriculum is covered. And sometimes, depending on your quality of your students, that's impossible. I'll tell you from firsthand experience. So you kind of get sidetracked off of that Rubicon. You're in some other world, but you have to also analyze what they can get out of the chunk and what they cannot get out of the chunk. And then that articulation that you mentioned is ideal, which I don't think we do very effectively. That articulation means, what did this child learn? What didn't they learn? And how can I address it ahead of my Rubicon exploration this year? And that's part of it. But the intent of Rubicon is to formulate a synchronized curriculum throughout, where everybody knows what's supposed to be taught, the pace is supposed to be taught at, and then we analyze. And it gives the administrators a good tool for analyzing the effectiveness of the instructions. And hopefully they're sensitive enough to also match the student level. Because the teacher isn't getting it done, don't mean it's the teacher's fault. It might mean the clientele just couldn't reach that pace. And those things are adjustable things. So I see that as, I see Rubicon as a good tool. I know it takes a long time to put it in place from where we were when we started.
Yeah. Mr. Campbell, I think you should have delivered this today. That was perfect, right? I mean, really well said, honestly, because the fact is that within any single classroom, right? Their students are at a variety of levels, right? Yes. And so that's one of the challenges in education, right? Is the differentiation within the classroom, right? And sometimes you have to slow down to go fast, right? And then when you slow down to go fast, there better be an opportunity to go fast, right? Because otherwise, that gap grows and grows and grows. But it's the reality of the classroom. That's what you're speaking about, and that's part of the challenges that they face.
Yeah, and the student experts that you mentioned would be the ones who put those things in place, understanding that that is the true element in the classroom. You can print out, a textbook does a great job of analyzing what we should cover. Rubicon is our way of pacing it and say, let's not worry about this particular one as much. And it coordinates primarily with the state standards and other things to get us to a level of efficiency. But I think it's a good tool, but I know it's going to require a lot of overall effort to really make it to maximize its potential.
Yeah, and
I wanted to clarify it because I know
it's perfect.
Some board members don't understand exactly what it was.
That's perfect. You did a great job because when you that pacing part is important, right? Because at the end of the day, right, May, this time of year, right, our students are sitting for SC ready assessments, right? And now whether you covered this much of the curriculum or whether you covered this much of the curriculum, right, they're all taking the same test, which covers this much of the curriculum, right? And so therein is the challenge. So the pacing component and all of that is really, really important to be as much at their fingertips as possible. The work they do in their PLCs is also critical in keeping the work moving along and trying to identify other opportunities for our students to either catch up, remediate, etc. So it's the challenge. The art and the science of this, right?
Okay, Mr. Stribinger.
Thank you. I think this is along the line of what is being talked about, but is there anything in here that transfers on to the next teacher, the learning style of the student? Because each student has a different learning process, and we want to be student centered. So I'm wondering if the fourth grade teacher gets the advantage of the third grade teacher figuring out what the best learning style is for student A. Is that captured and put somewhere?
May I? So, Mr. Stribinger, actually within Rubicon itself, we don't have a learning style survey that hosts the style of learning for Mary versus Karen or Peter. But we do have that happening within the professional learning communities. If a style student is within the same school, that opportunity of sharing information of what is unique for Mary, what is unique for Peter or Paul does happen within the learning communities at school sites, as well as the opportunity of looking at prior metrics within performance matters, with the exception of those formative assessments. But you bring forward a very good point. Howard Gardner right now should be listening to you as well, because that learning style, and we could bring more of that information forward within the early part of school year, would help me then to scaffold my lessons, as Mr. Campbell is sharing, in order I could be a little more unique at my delivery of instruction to help learning. So it's very, very good lens, sir. Thank you. Point taken on that.
Mr. Smith.
And my question, just go back right in the same question. How does this help out with in the area of SPED? How does this help us drive it home?
So as was brought forward, and I'll have both team members come up as we identify specific uniqueness for students who are multilingual students. We have the same components being developed for our students with an IEP. So a student with an IEP and a student with an ILAP, modifications and information is being shared within Rubicon, but I'll let Ms. Melissa speak to that, sir.
One of the goals for the curriculum writing team is inside of the so when teachers enter Rubicon, it has that paced out standards at the time. It helps break the standards down for the teachers, and then it goes into core resources. Beyond that, though, we also have 3 different boxes where our writers put in information, strategies, resources to help differentiated student needs. So we take into consideration ML, special education, some of these, graphic organizer needs, getting the language in front of them first. So based on what standards are being addressed, we do help set the teachers up for success, especially because we try to think of it like that brand new teacher coming in. They want a few things at their fingertips. So right in there, we do have some resources that in general will help students get to what that standard is going after, trying to support them to mastery. And to the point of all the conversation around then the PLC work is based on what we know about the students, based on what we see in Rubicon, let's collaboratively plan as a team and think about all of our groupings of students and their different needs. So in those PLC and collaborative planning times is the opportunity to also take some of those resources that have maybe been provided and then really think about them through the lens of particular students and their needs.
Thank you. I would just like to thank you and Dr. Stratos and y'all whole team. I've seen y'all working hard on this. And I know you've had simultaneously projects going on at the same time as this. I really want to thank you because I'm just hoping that this is something that we can put in our menu to help us in the terms of learning loss so that we can definitely move forward in the district and make sure that our students are excelling in every area. Thank you.
Mr. Campbell?
Trying to recall, there is a component in there also where some of our exemplary lessons are placed in there where teacher might be struggling, can find that lesson to address that student that they might have. Said, oh, I like this. I'm going to use it. Came from Battery Creek. That's another component of the whole deal. It's, it's an excellent tool. And I said, but it's challenging to get it done. Once you get it done, and if it's working, then we're there. But we're not there yet.
Madam Vice Chair, may I just a quick, Mr. Campbell, once again, greatly appreciate your infomercial because you're already ahead on the PLC guidebook that we're developing that is actually going to be including the practice of exemplary work as well, that once it goes to a review within your school. So you're building on where we're driving our work.
Right. Ms. Boatwright?
I just want to make a comment because Mr. Campbell was talking about me when he said board members who don't understand. It's not that I don't understand, but I want to make the only point I want to make is as a non-educator, y'all spend a lot of time in PLCs talking about 504s, IEPs, ILAPs. A lot of people don't know what that means. It took me a while to figure out the acronyms. So the only thing I'll say from my lens is I understand what's going on here. It is, if this is for public consumption, at each grade level curriculum teams work together to develop instructional units that are inclusive priority standards that align with core it gets a little sort of jargony. So sometimes it may be if this is something that we want the public to really be on, understand and be on board with. And the only example I'll give is like in medicine, you can talk jargon and, the patient's looking, they're like, what do you mean? I'm like, well, you're getting old and your back hurts. Like that's boiling it down. Here's what we're going to do about it. You don't need to know about stenosis and spondylosis and yeah. So I understand it. I just want to put that back out there.
Okay. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Dr. Rodriguez.
Thank you. Thank you, team. All right, the next item on the superintendent report, I was asked during agenda setting to provide an update on the meeting that I had with high school students at Beaufort High School regarding the logo. So my update is as follows. I met with a group of students from Beaufort High School. There were approximately 30 to 35 students that participated and were a cross section of the school. We spoke about the history of Beaufort High School. We spoke about the logo and what their thoughts were on the matter. What I took away from the meeting was this. Students were clear on the school's mascot as the eagle, and they were clear on their colors as green and white. The majority of students knew the history of their school and how the school got its name, how the school got its colors, and how the school got its mascot. Several students pointed to the pillars at the front of the school as a way that they understand that those are available, that they see them all the time, and that they have spent time looking at them in various ways. And so those pillars at the front of the school that depicts the history of the school with respect to their mascot, their colors, and their name. Several students pointed out that Mr. Glaze typically shares the history with the students, oftentimes at the beginning of the year during an orientation session. Approximately 65 to 70% of the students indicated that they prefer the eagle logo that exists on the field today. Approximately 20% of the students preferred the soaring eagle logo. The remaining approximate 10% or so students did not have an opinion on the matter. Some students suggested that they have the soaring eagle as a formal logo for the school, for example, for either graduations or for formal academic matters, but that they keep the eagle logo on the field as the athletic logo because they personally like the way that it looks for athletics and for competitions. They like that the eagle look that's on that logo was a more stern look, was a more aggressive look, or what have you, was essentially what the student commentary was from that meeting. So that is the update as requested about that meeting.
Hey, Mr. Smith?
So, Ms. Campbell, was your hand up? I just saw you had your hand up. Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, I just want to be fair. The problems want to be fair. In terms of that, I've talked to several students in relations in regards to the eagle myself, and I've been very intentional about going to the kids and talking to them about this. And a lot of kids have said that they didn't know that the history of it, and they didn't understand the significance of it, and that they didn't have a problem with going back to the original eagle because of the fact that they thought that the history was important, and they thought that it was like, well, Mrs. Smith, well, realistically, we hadn't been taught this. You know, and Dr. Rodriguez said, you know, that, you know, we've heard Mr. Glaze and some other people every now and then have said that, but, you know, as far as you went in detail, you know, we walk past those pillars, but some of us don't always read those pillars. So I've talked to different pockets of people and different pockets of students who have conveyed that they see those pillars, but they don't really know them. And when this whole situation is taking place that they didn't really understand, and they say, well, Mrs. Smith, ask yourself, when you were here, did they teach you the history then? I said no. So and saying that, you know, and I also asked myself, where do we get off to ask the kids in terms of understanding and digesting the history when they don't know it? Is it okay for us to move to just basically to downplay history? So with that being said, understanding and having several conversations with the kids, and the kids are willing and they do support it. At this time, I would make a motion that we restore the eagle within the places that show the original identity of Beaufort High School for the Fighting Soaring Eagle. That we restore it in terms of the field, the gymnasium, the stadium, the places that where our emblem originate, our original emblems It's placed. So I make that motion if I can get a second on that for discussion.
Mr. Campbell, Earl Campbell seconded it. Okay.
My question is to restore it back to what it was before. What would that cost? What would that cost? You have to, you just can't.
So I would say I don't have a complete answer on that because Mr. Smith's motion talked about the field, I guess everything in the stadium. I guess you're talking about scoreboards. I guess you're talking about the basketball court. I don't have a complete picture of that. I can tell you just the field itself is about $60,000.
$60,000. Thank you. That's all I want.
The motion, William.
To restore the original identity, Fighting Soar Eagle, in the places that, what's the word? The wording is that the brand is just that identified within his brand in all those original places, as in the stadium, the field. That are basically that are branded, that are brand and basically to restore the, well, that would be the original one that didn't to the basically to the places of the original Eagle was at. Make it simple.
And Mr. Earl Campbell seconded. Are you okay with that, with what he stated? Earl, he just kind of reworded his motion. Are you still okay to second it?
Yeah, I don't have a problem with second. My thing is I want to know what it will cost. You know, we talk about restoring it, but we got to find out what it's going to cost, and where we're going to get the money from.
Mr. Mel Campbell.
Yeah, I'm of the thought process of the process in the first place to get it changed. How is that done, and what will this do to undo that process if there was due process? Understand? They went through a due process to put those new eagles, the non-soaring eagle around the place. Then by us overturning it or asking that it be restored, will we undo a due process, or was there no process at all? You never got the answer to that in terms of process. Because my first thought would be, if there was a process, then there could be a counter process. If there was no process, then we were in the gray area of how we change things and why we change things as a board. But by mind, me being born and raised in Beaufort County, my mindset is that it's such a historically significant move just to have the eagle, because if you understand the history, then most of you do not, and I don't hold you hostage for not knowing the history of Beaufort County, when the students that are seniors at Beaufort High now don't know the history of that school. But understand the history of the area, knowing that those schools merge, but primarily most of the all African American schools getting nothing in that merger except those things they got. They got no teachers from their previous school to move into Beaufort High. All right, they got, basically the trade-off was, this is the physical thing you're gonna get. And they felt, well, at least we're getting something to hold on to for a long term. So that's the thought behind it. And my mind and my sentiment would be to restore that eagle.
Okay.
Right? Just because of that.
Okay.
Now, I don't want to step on the toes of the children who are going there now and their history, but it'll have to be some history taught to our students about how these things occurred and what's happening. And I don't want to get into the CRT versus education argument, but it is critical that we start talking about these things now, start advancing the education. Simple things I see from a day-to-day basis are being shifted where true education is not being taught. And that's it's going to be detrimental to all of our children, not just, the African-American child, but detrimental to all of them.
Okay.
I don't know whether we can vote on this motion again, as stated, or is it changed from the original motion the last time? But I'll support the idea of restoring that soaring eagle.
Mr. Stribinger?
Well, thank you. I've answered several emails and I've talked to some folks, including Mr. Green. I am 100% behind preserving that history. It is important. And there's things we can do that directly address that. On the school website, we can have that history explained. We can include this history as part of the African American Education Conference. We can have additional emphasis and student orientation on it, to make it a formal and emphasized part of student orientation. I think those kinds of things address the issue of historical significance, and like Mr. Mel Campbell said, it's important for the students to know that. I don't think changing the eagle on the football field accomplishes that. And one thing that Mr. Smith said in his last motion was he didn't care about what the current students wanted. And I can't back that at all. I think we need to address the problem. And the problem is preserving the history and getting the story out so that everybody knows that story. One of the big advantages of the class of 71 coming in and making all these public comments is they educated me. It was the education piece that was important. I didn't know the complete history. I knew bits and pieces, but I know a heck of a lot more now. And so that's what I think we need to address, not the logo on the football field. So I can't vote for this for those reasons, but I would like us to initiate some actions that address the history and do what we can to preserve the history and make sure that it's not lost.
Colonel Geyer.
Thank you. Got two grandsons. One just graduated from Beaufort High. Other one's a junior in Beaufort High. Both participated in lacrosse, soccer, swimming, and other athletics. And I asked them both, I said, do you care? Do you care what the eagle looks like? No, I really don't. So, but the people that come up here that had a major part of putting that there, they do care. And will my grandsons come back in 50 years saying, we should have the eagle the way we had it on a football field? They're not going to say that. It doesn't mean anything to, I really don't think it means anything to them. They want to keep the eagle. They want to keep green and white. So I'm going to vote for this because I really believe that we should honor the founders of this. Now, I am concerned about the cost, $60,000 or more to do this. But on the other hand, the Student Activity Fund from Beaufort High School could take care of this. So I'm going to vote for this.
Can I ask the audience to please?
Thank you. I too believe that the history absolutely needs to be preserved. I'm struggling here though, because I think there has to be a compromise. I think there can be a compromise with the institution of learning. The high school itself is replete with the soaring eagle. You come to Beaufort, you go to Beaufort High School, the mosaic on the floor, the relief on the side of the building. That soaring eagle is everywhere at the institution of learning, okay? So we're talking about the football field, which is not the institution of learning. And it's a different rendition of this eagle. You know, we have a fiduciary responsibility to try to do the best we can with the money that we have. So the colors are green and white. My two children graduated from Beaufort High School. The colors are green and white. The soaring eagle is the mascot. If we're just talking, if all of this boils down to just changing the logo that's in the middle of the field, could we not get a breakdown from Mr. Odding of what that will cost? What would it cost to redo the press box? What would it cost to redo the scoreboard? And do something to indicate the soaring eagle at the ball field, at the football field, but not change for $60,000 plus the middle of the field until the next time it needs to be changed. So that's one of my concerns. The other one is what Mr. Mel Campbell brought up about the process. I don't know how that eagle got in the middle of the football field. I don't know. It wasn't through this board. So there's a process somewhere. Excuse me. There's a process somewhere that happened at the school level, at the project manager, conversations with the principal, with other important members at the school. So if we undo that process, what are we doing? And also, are we only talking the football field and the basketball court? What about the t-shirts? I mean, are we also undoing them and making, I mean, I don't know where this ends. And please don't misunderstand me. This history is crucial. And thank you so much for advocating so hard for this history to be remembered. And Dr. Rodriguez, I hope that you're talking to that principal of Beaufort High School and that this is a crucial, integral part of the curriculum for freshmen, and it should be in Rubicon, okay? It should be in Rubicon. We should have all kinds of resources and curriculum supports in Rubicon for this, for the new teachers that come to this area that don't know anything about it. But to vote yes for this motion, again, I don't see it much different than the last one because I don't know where it ends. So right now, graduation's 4 weeks away, okay? So does it mean if, I mean, on everything that there might be, we have to, if there is that face of that eagle, we have to throw it all out and replace I just don't know where it ends. I don't have enough information. So I can't support this now, but hear me loud and clear. I fully support the history being front and center, okay, of Beaufort High School and the way that the mascot and the colors and everything came about. And it should never, ever be touched at the institution of learning, which is Beaufort High School. So I can't support it right now, not the way it is, the motion says.
Okay, let's see, everybody's whose hands up has already spoken. Mr. Smith?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. In terms of what she just said, and I would like to amend, add in signature places. I mean, in signature places, like as in the football field, because we just talked about graduation. Graduation is a formal place where your brand is at. So I mean, just to bring clarity, she said she wasn't sure about as in T-shirts or no. Different teams can have certain different things, but when you talk about representing Beaufort High School, we have basketball teams who have jerseys that are gray and green. That's not our colors. Other people who in different counties, I've had someone tell me they didn't know who we were on the court. They know what school that was because our colors are green and white. Our track uniforms are green and white. So it's big, and I think that I believe that this is a step. We didn't say how to do this. We didn't say, I mean, let's edit. Let's if we're really serious about doing it, why not? Let's get it done tonight. We didn't say we have to pay the 65, how much ever $1,000 that it takes. We didn't say that. We're saying that let's get something done and let's show our taxpayers. Let's put our money where our mouth is. If we're really serious, then let's show them. We didn't say that it has to be done tonight or that we have to agree upon how much it's going to cost. So I'm a little concerned when I hear, oh, I'm for it and I'm open for it and I want to get it done, but we can do it through the educational process. The process is that realistically, that's Ladies Island High School. Beaufort High is on Ladies Island. The name, the tidal wave came from someplace different. So if we still have that name, then why aren't we honoring everything that comes with it?
Mr. Smith, are you going to amend your motion?
I get to that, Madam Chair. All due respect, I get to that. Yeah, as well as the athletic as well as the athletic areas. So that will take care of that too. Athletic as well as the athletic areas. You have to put where's that, just because if you put what's that, then that means where was that now. I'm just want to put athletic areas as well. I mean, just add the athletic areas and not put where was that. Just put where in the athletic areas as well. So therefore, go ahead. Actually, the problem with me amending it, he said he didn't have a problem with that. That's the problem. So my purpose of doing that and adding athletic areas is so therefore, if certain athletic, certain sport want to add something different or want to may use that Eagle head, that doesn't limit them in terms of their certain things, because as long as it's known that the Fighting Eagle is who we are in our, as long as it's known that the Fighting Eagle is our emblem, then that gives them the a little leeway, as long as that is known, because when you go in that area, that's what you see. So it's nothing wrong with using, with, I guess, having a little something different, but the Fighting Eagle is the brand. So in terms of what Mrs. Fisher said the one time before, that, well, could it not just be a B? Okay, that's athletic race. So that gives them that gives them the option to put that B on the hat. That gives them the option to put a couple of different things on the hat. So and this doesn't have to be done as in one big caboose. This could be phases, but my plea is that we do something tonight, and that we put our money where our mouth is, and that we aren't saying that, oh, it has to be done right, as in it has to be restored immediately. That's why I didn't say effectively immediately like I did last time. I'm saying that we start the process. That's what I'm asking for.
We've got to do our 9 o'clock public comments. So we'll have to continue this discussion after our 9 o'clock public comments. Mr. Green?
Good evening. To all of the board members, including the chairman who is not here. So much has been said tonight, not only about the Eagle, but even the students that got up. One thing in particular that got my attention when the students were up, and that is how you commended them. Don't remember all the words, but one was honesty and integrity. With the way in which this was removed, lacked both. The question has been asked, who is responsible? To a great extent, it's almost not important, other than to make sure it doesn't happen again. I commend you for caring about your fiscal responsibility. But that question should have been asked before it was removed. So is it more expensive to remove something that is wrong? And you say, how can I stand here and say what is right or what is wrong? I was in 71. I bled, cried, and sweated. Not just in 71, but that process started with me back in 1965. So I know what we went through. So much has been said. I don't want to belittle the point, but in the superintendent's report, he said he spoke to the children. Children that we speak to, we need to bring them along. I definitely agree. And it sounds as if, well, if they don't like this emblem, they won't be with you. Look, that eagle stands for something so proud that if it's told right, the foundation of greatness has already been set at Beaufort High. And we can continue that with the foundation we have. We don't say we don't want to bring the children along. Most definitely. One of the sweetest words I've ever heard spoke to my niece out of Rock Hill, who ran track, and said, Simone, how did y'all do? Well, we were doing great until them Eagles from Beaufort High showed up and flew around the track. So everyone knows who we are. We know who we are. Thank you. Thank you.
We have one call in. Oh, she's here. Sorry, Dr. Jacqueline Lawton. But- Okay.
Good evening. I'm proud to be here this evening. I'd like to let you know who I am. So I am a product of Beaufort County school system. My parents and I moved here when I was 8 years old. I went to Beaufort Elementary School, Broad River Elementary School. I'm proud to say I was in the first class that walked through the building of Robert Smalls, now Robert Smalls International Academy. Then it was Robert Smalls Junior High School. And I graduated from Battery Creek High School in 1990. I am here to let you know that I am invested in this community. I spent 14 years in Atlanta, Georgia. And in the 14 years that I was there, I learned a lot of stuff and I worked very hard. But then I felt I needed to come and invest in my community. And unfortunately, in 2013, I made the same amount of money that I'm making now. And you may say, oh, that's not a big deal. But here's what the big deal is. Beaufort's economy is very similar to Atlanta. And if in 2013 I was making what I'm making now here, you know that I'm working extra hard to be able to live here in Beaufort County. I purchased a home in an area where I could be in my community so that the students that I teach are my neighbors. Not many teachers can say that. And my principal will tell you that when he came on as the principal, I went to meet him and said, you know what, I'm the real deal and I'm going to be here. And there have been many principals since I returned to Beaufort County. In fact, I was hired again here by the principal that I worked for when I left in 1999. So I encourage you to consider your staff. Consider the people that are invested here. We want the best teachers here in Beaufort County. And I must say, I had the best teachers, which helped me to come back, which helped me want to do what I do. Please think about that when you think about how you want to support your teachers. We appreciate all that you do. I spoke with Dr. Rodriguez a few weeks ago and said, I know your job is difficult. I have no doubts about that. And I know that you all are working hard and I appreciate what you do. But as my shirt says, I am that teacher. And I want you to know that there are many like me that want to be here and they want to feel as though you support them. So again, thank you so much for what you do. And thank you for thinking of your teachers. Good night.
You'll have 3 minutes if you would state your first and last name. You ready? Okay, hold on. Okay, go ahead.
Danielle Hunt. Good evening, board members. My name is Danielle Hunt, and I teach 3rd grade at Okeechobee. Each year, I receive my annual benefit statement, which includes sick days as part of my compensation. However, as a dedicated teacher, I choose not to take my sick days whenever possible. After 19 years of teaching, I realized the negative effects it has on my students and my classroom dynamics as a whole. Over the years, I have served Beaufort County students and families, and I have depended on my family to stay home with my own sick children and take them to various appointments so I could be in the classroom with my kids as much as possible. Without having taken maternity leave when I had my 2 children, I would currently be well over 90 unused days. After 90 accumulated days, I will begin to lose these days. Upon retirement, I will be compensated $10 a day for only 90 days. This is a disgrace, and it would be financially irresponsible for me not to begin taking my days. I have earned these days, and they are a component of my benefits package. I am entitled to pay for my days at my daily rate. As a board, you need to ensure that you show respect for the dedicated teachers who have longevity with the district and who have proven their dedication to the profession and their students and their fellow colleagues by coming to school each day. Please show teachers that we are respected and our profession is valued by fully compensating us for our days. Anything other than full compensation is a slap in the face to your teachers and our profession. Thank you for hearing my concerns. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Okay, we will return to this. Okay. I do want to remind the board that we have a stopping time at 9:15 unless we have a motion to continue the meeting.
How about we dispose of what we have on the floor? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Smith?
In terms of
Motion, I just was afraid that the discussion is going to take us and we have other things, but we're going to continue with this until we dispose of it, I guess, until we.
Well, I'm just asking for the board to, I'm just going to be done. The only thing I'm asking for the board to support the community, show the community that we mean what we say, put our money and I'll put our money where our mouth is and let our action be shown action, because no action is action. And, to get this done, it's important that we show the community that we do value history and that we want to be fair and sensitive and objective to everyone's needs in this community in terms of our erasing history and restoring what we should restore to the community. I'm done. That's it.
Okay, Dr. Wisniewski, you had your hand up prior to the public comments. Was there something you wanted to add?
I have the same concerns that some of the other members have mentioned. I don't know where the funding would come from to do this. I know that Colonel Geyer mentioned the student activities account, which as of December 2021 for Beaufort High had 198,000 in it. So we don't know how much of that would be eaten up by doing this. I think that we also need to get to the significant root of the issue, like Mr. Campbell mentioned and Mr. Striven also mentioned. So for that reason, I'm going to be down on this.
That at this time I cannot support this motion because I don't know how much it will cost us. I don't vote for things if I don't know, if I can't support them with the money. We have teachers that need additional salaries. We have lots of economic needs. I think the important part has been talked about. It's the history. I will support anything I can to make sure that the history is taught to the students as they come on and that the history is preserved. But at this time, I can't support a motion that has financial consequences that I am not sure how we would meet. Mr. Smith?
I keep hearing everybody say about financial. We could come back and revisit the financial part of it. I think to me, it's not putting the cart before the horse. It's basically is an excuse not to vote, not support it. Because we didn't say what about the finances when it happened. All I care, we can spray paint the eagle on the field and spray paint it and put a fighting eagle on the field. So if we really technically want to speak about finances, it ain't about finances. Some people are just uncomfortable making a decision in terms of the history and what it's really about. Because we make a lot of decisions when we have to find money. As the board, it's our job to make the decisions, and we leave it up to the superintendent to find the finances. So, I mean, so we can't get amnesia and make decisions when it's convenient. Sometimes things in life are uncomfortable, and this is an uncomfortable decision. It's uncomfortable for me, my community, for a very long time. But unfortunately, I specifically didn't say effectively immediately. We could have, if people was that serious about it, someone could say, Mrs. Smith, let's put this in step. This is the first step to getting that change. I said that about 5 or 10 times a night in terms of finance. So I just really feel that that shown action. I can't come to no other. Some of it has got to be a part of the critical race theory. I mean, I've been trying not to say that the whole night. But actions speak louder than words, and I'm gonna be done with it. I ain't gonna argue. I'm not gonna talk rough to board members. I mean, you know, some people might take it being. I'm not being rough. I'm just speaking the truth, and the truth is uncomfortable and it hurts sometimes. And I'm hurt by the decision that my colleagues are making. That the message that we're sending to the community, the taxpayers, who we're gonna go out and we're gonna ask them to support us in a referendum to come, and we don't want to do what's right but by starting the process, not saying that we're gonna do it tomorrow. We're gonna pay for the money. Spray the bird on the field. Spray the fighting eagle.
Everybody ready to vote? The motion reads, the amended motion is to restore the original soaring eagle to the significant places as well as the athletic areas. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
1, 2, 3, 4. Those opposed?
Nay.
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 6. 1 abstention. Motion fails. Do we now go back to the original motion?
Let me make sure I have them. So I have Earl Campbell voting yes, Mel Campbell voting yes, William Smith voting yes, and Dick Geyer voting yes. I have Angela Middleton abstaining, correct? Correct. Everyone else is nay. Got it.
Mr. Stribinger?
There
Can we
was
see
no
it?
original.
Is it?
Oh, well, what? Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
He just worked. Okay.
Oh,
All
okay.
right. All right. My fault. Okay.
Get rid of that. Okay.
Mr. Stribinger?
Thank you. I move that the board direct the superintendent to develop a comprehensive plan to preserve the history of Beaufort High School in all ways possible.
I second.
And what I'm getting at on this is, you know, let's examine the freshman orientation, see what we can do. Let's examine the school website and see what we can do. Let's make sure this is included in the African American Education Conference and other things I can't think of, but let's come up with a plan to make sure this history is preserved.
Can I verify the motion? I move that the superintendent develop a comprehensive plan to preserve the history of Beaufort High School. Is that the motion?
Did you hear that, David?
Yes, that sounded like it for sure.
Okay. Ms. Fisher? So, no. No Campbell?
Clearing any history of Beaufort High School would probably begin with those emblems and colors, etc. So I appreciate that initiative, but there is more to it than just the emblem and just the initial history. So that also is a part of what we talked about for months now, the the profile of the Beaufort County graduate. I think that's a big part of that initiative, along with, you know, other entities in the county. But Beaufort High School students ought to know the history of the school first, but then the history of the surrounding county area and other parts of Beaufort County. So I don't want to pigeonhole them into just learning Beaufort High history, because I think that's probably an intent that we all expect when a student comes in there, that high school history is known and teachers and students are, you know, gonna be that's a part of school spirit. You understand that history, but understanding the history of the area and how Beaufort County ties into that history is also relevant. And when I'm saying that, I'm saying they cannot possibly understand Beaufort County, Beaufort High School history unless they understand Beaufort County's history. And they can't understand Beaufort County's history unless they understand the education of South Carolina, the history of South Carolina's history, particularly when it comes to separate but equal. So all of these things are intertwined. And those guarantees have to be built into our total curriculum.
Mr. Earl Campbell?
I agree with Melvin. We don't even know, most folks in Beaufort County don't even know the history of Shanklin. That school was started by Mr. Shanklin and Booker T. Washington, but nobody knows about that. Yeah. Thank you.
In terms of this, I think that this is something that the board have already given Dr. Rodriguez guidance on this. And as Mr. Campbell said, that was in the term of the Beaufort County School District profile, student profile. So I think it would be I don't think it would be productive for us to be doing this and making it as in one school, isn't just Beaufort High School, because this is not a fix. I mean, it was a good it was a good gesture. I'm gonna call it what it is. It was a good gesture, but this is not actually putting the Band-Aid on the situation, because we've already have given Dr. Rodriguez the opportunity. We have already asked, give him direction in terms of the Beaufort County School student profile, in terms of what we're looking for and what we're looking to add that in. And I believe that Dr. Stratos had brought reports back, and they were already working on this. So I don't believe this is kind of counterproductive to do that. And also he's have already worked on it, because he brought us a report back today. So I can't support this motion, because this motion really does nothing. It's not a Band-Aid. It doesn't look good. It doesn't sit well. It was a good gesture, but that's about it. There's nothing concrete in it. Thank you.
Dr. Glatz?
I concur, William. I think this motion is kind of broad. I see this motion as being too broad and redundant for what we're already doing with the comprehensive Beaufort profile. And then I see it as too narrow, that we're only focusing on Beaufort High School. I don't support it. And it's not that I don't think history is important. I think history is vital, but I just don't think this is will accomplish what maybe the intent was by Mr. Stribinger. So I won't support this.
Mr. Stribinger?
Thank you. I'm a little confused, but everybody has their own slant on this. I'm just trying to address the issue that came before us by the class of 71. I'm trying to address it head on. They don't want the history of Beaufort High School lost. This motion is an attempt on my part to address that issue head on. Make sure that we don't lose it. Do whatever we can do to preserve that history. It's not about Beaufort County. Class of 71 is talking about Beaufort High School. Okay, I'm with them on that. So that's the point of this motion.
Okay, I'd like to call the vote. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
I said aye. Or Mel, did you say aye? Okay, 5. David, you're aye. And what about
Yes,
Rachel?
ma'am.
I have Earl Campbell, David Stribinger, Kathy Earl, did you say?
No,
aye?
Mel Campbell.
It was Mel Campbell, sorry. I have David Stribinger, Kathy Robey, Melvin Campbell, and Angela Middleton.
Oh, Earl said yes.
Wisniewski, aye.
Did Rachel say aye?
Rachel said aye.
Got it. I have Earl Campbell, David Stribinger, Kathy Robey, Melvin Campbell, Rachel Wineski, and Angela Middleton. And David Dick Geyer, sorry. Thank you.
Okay, all those, William is now supporting.
Now, okay.
So those opposed? Those abstaining? Ingrid, Tricia, did you vote?
Tricia, you voted yes.
Sorry.
So I
So it is 8 yes, 1 no, and 1 abstention.
I have
That's
9.
9 yes. Yeah, 9 yes, 1 no, and 1 abstention.
Right.
All right, now, Dr. Gwatz.
I move that we adjourn.
You need to vote on that. Okay. There's a motion. We vote that we adjourn. Any discussion? Dr. Rodriguez?
I think we have some of our teachers and educators that are still hanging on for dear life here on the budget conversation that is still out there. So
Tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow. Yeah, I agree. Tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow. Yeah. Yeah. Fortunate.
Rachel's hands up.
Dr. Wisniewski?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I'm going to vote no on adjourning simply because I did want to participate in the budget discussion. There was, I think there's been significant changes since our board work session, and I will not be able to participate tomorrow. And I really wanted to have input in that discussion. So if this does pass and we are going to adjourn, I guess I could submit. How can I submit my comments? It's just such a big discussion. I already have something that I have to be at tomorrow. Is there anybody have a suggestion?
Yeah, well, I think you can always submit them to the.
I can do them now.
Oh, you can send them to Tanya, to Miss Crosby.
Okay.
Okay. I personally would rather we finish tonight myself. I have an academic committee meeting tomorrow at 5 o'clock. So I guess that would go by the wayside. Or we come here and have that academic committee meeting at 5. So I won't support it. I prefer to trudge on. But Mr. Smith?
I will support it because of the fact that I think that we need to have a fresh mind when we're talking about in terms of this budget and what people are proposing and all the emails and stuff that we've had. You know, I think right now, I'm not sure maybe whoever we're there. So I don't see a problem with coming back tomorrow and getting it done. One more day won't I don't see how that will hurt. So I would definitely support this motion.
Okay, all those in favor, David, Mr. Stribinger, sorry.
I was just going to say, I agree with Mr. Smith. The budget is a big topic. And we need focus.
Okay, all those in favor of adjourning, please raise your hand. 7. Those opposed? 1, 2, 4. The meeting is adjourned. I don't know. Yeah, we'll do that. 5, right? Yeah, okay.